Infrastructure Committee meeting of Tuesday, the 8th of July. Can I remind members this meeting is being recorded and will be available for public consumption. We've also got a large number of items to get through today, quite a lot of detailed items. I've also been asked to take a late item as well on local bus services in Wington and Stewartshire areas, which I've agreed to do. However, we've also been asked to consider that item as an exempt item. So what I propose we do is at the end of item number 15, we'll ask officers to distribute copies of the report, give members plenty of time to read the report, and then obviously consider whether you wish to take that as an exempt item at the end. Okay, if we look at item number 1, do we have any apologies?
Morning, members. Thank you, Chairman. There's 18 members present, so I'm not aware of any apologies.
Okay.
Sorry, Ian Dick.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 2, declarations of interest. Do we have any declaration of interest? Obviously, I'll come back to this item before we take the final paper, because members won't know the detail of the final paper, so maybe some declarations at that point as well. But none at the moment. If we can go to item number 3, the minute of the House and Subcommittee meeting of the 8th of May. I'm quite happy to move that as a true record of the meeting. Anybody happy to second it?
Happy to second.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Okay, that's agreed. Item number 4, the minute of the Economy, Environment and Infrastructure Committee meeting of the 13th of May. Again, happy to move that as a true record. Happy to second that? Yeah.
I'll second it. Second, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Craig. Okay, item number 5 is the Budget Monitoring Report for 2013-14, which is obviously positive that the department has produced an overall underspend for the year of around £23,079. Can I ask the Director if there's anything he wants to add to the report?
Thank you, Chair. This is the first of a number of performance reports that members will consider this morning. I'm very pleased that once again we've managed to return a balanced budget under very, very challenging circumstances, and I'm extremely grateful to my management team for their diligent work in controlling the budget as the year went on, and actually making the outturn with a small underspend of £23,000. So happy to take any questions.
Okay, open it up to members. Alistair?
Thanks very much, indeed, Chair. It's on page 19, sir. Young Entrepreneur Scheme, slight delay in getting staff to support young entrepreneurs. Can I ask, Chair, why that was the case, and can we avoid it in the future?
I didn't catch that very well. The sound wasn't very good there, Alistair. Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
It's on page 19, sir. It's the box Young Entrepreneurs Scheme, and the rubric on the right-hand side, it says there was a slight delay in getting staff to support young entrepreneurs. My question, sir, was why was that the case, and have we learned anything from the filling of the vacancies? Thank you.
We'll get Chris Brown just to come forward and answer that question. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. The slightly delay in actually starting the project was purely from the recruitment perspective, in terms of ensuring that we have the right person post.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Okay, Ian and then Jim.
Just to briefly say well done. I think this is a good report. It's good performance, less than 1 percentile, being as close to budget, on budget as possible as that, I think, to be commended. No real criticisms.
Thanks, Ian. Jim?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a couple of things. Page 15, the underspend in economic development. Do we have an explanation for the underspend? And also page 19, the top one, Crichton Business Plan support. Finalisation of the business plan will be concluded by XX during 2014-15. I take it that's just a mistake that somebody hasn't put in the actual month of when it's going to be finished.
Hopefully within the next couple of hours will be the answer in the report. But okay, the underspend in economic development of £75,000.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for that error in that table. we'll give advice on that later. On the underspend for economic development, that included payments to others on food and drink, 38,000 less we paid than expected. Employability, we spent £19,000 less. Strategic projects, £33,000 less. And on countryside, we had an overspend of 15,000. So all in all, that makes up the minus 75,500.
Back in, Jim, yeah.
Just reassurance that the underspends didn't affect our actual output. We just managed to save money rather than spend less money and affect the outputs that we actually had.
The outputs were met, so that was just an outcome of the expenditure profiles.
Okay, and obviously come back to members on the issue around the Crichton business plan dates. Yeah. Okay, Finlay.
Thanks, Chair. Question on the support for local businesses. I'd like an indication of the number of businesses that have taken up the facelift scheme that's in place for about 2 years, and we haven't had any figures on how many businesses actually used that grant funding available.
Jason, to answer that.
Take-up's actually been quite steady on the shopfront improvement initiative. We're currently running at around about 25 applications overall, and there's a spread right the way across the region, which is relatively equal right the way across Dumfries and Galloway. There's an interest, but it's a relatively small interest in all of our sort of main and medium-sized towns. We are about to undergo another round of publicity with the Shopfront Improvement Initiative with a view to trying to drum up a little bit more interest. We've had quite a bit of enquiries, but they really haven't materialised into hard applications so far.
Okay, any other members? Brian?
Thank you. Jason said there's been quite a number of inquiries, but they've not been translated into ongoing work. Have we looked at why that might be and how we might improve the possibilities of translating the inquiry into a work stream?
I think there are a variety of reasons. We've had a couple of complex applications which have involved areas around the grant programme that have not simply just included the shop front. So I think it's taking some time to actually get clarification on some of those. I think other reasons for them not coming forward into full applications is financial. I think shopkeepers have made and businesses have made the decision not to move forward with the grant application on the basis of match funding, that they couldn't afford the element of match funding required. And outside of that, in terms of monitoring performance, we can and will follow up on those people who've made applications and haven't followed through with them to try and understand the reasons why they haven't actually followed through.
Patsy?
Just on the same subject, can you just confirm that this is primarily, well, almost exclusively for rural areas rather than the bigger towns within our region?
We prioritised at the outset, we prioritised the smaller towns for the Shopfront Improvement Initiative. But it's always very difficult to gauge what the take-up will be. We are still including applications from the larger towns. And so far, we've got a reasonable amount of capacity, obviously with only around 25 applications currently being considered. There's still quite a bit of capacity out there. So if you know of businesses that have or are considering an application under this grant initiative, then I'd encourage you to tell the businesses to get them in. We do prioritise, if there is in the future pressure on the overall budget, we will prioritise the smaller towns over the larger ones, but so far that hasn't been an issue.
Okay, Craig and then Finlay.
Thank you, Chair. And again, on the same subject, just wondering what sort of relationship are you working with, along with the planning department on this? Because obviously shop fronts, there's going to be planning issues on, depending on the works involved through the particular shop front owner. And therefore, are some of the planning conditions part of the reasons why some of these proposals aren't being taken forward? And, you know, if so, are you working along with the planning department in these cases to try and relieve those situations so we can develop the shop fronts?
The responsibility for obtaining planning consent obviously lies with the shopkeeper or the business owner, but we are working closely with our planning colleagues in development management to make sure that where possible we can get smooth transition and that the shopkeeper fully understands the obligations that they have. But primarily, the onus and responsibility is really with the applicant.
Back in Craig, yeah.
Yes, Chair. But are we aware of applications where, because of planning constraints, the application can't be moved forward?
Not to my knowledge.
Finlay.
Thanks, Chair. Do we know how many applications have been processed for Dumfries and Stranraer out of the 25? Because I think Dumfries and Stranraer were specifically ruled out of the funding pot when this scheme was brought forward. And also, if we do have, who's the lead? Are you the lead officer in pushing this forward? Have you got any idea what the applications from Dumfries and Stranraer are?
Not off the top of my head, but I can certainly find the information out. I think the vast majority of applications are outside of Stranraer and Dumfries. We are looking at progressing a Townscape Heritage Initiative in Stranraer, which is the reason that we haven't prioritised Stranraer, but specifically under the Shopfront Improvement Project, because Stranraer will have one of its own. As I said in the first answer that I gave, there's been a very broad spread of applications across the region. They're not really limited to any one specific place. And I don't think that Dumfries or Stranraer would be nudging ahead of anybody else in the number of applications. I think we are coming up to the final year of the approved programme for the Shopfront Improvement Project. These are historically quite difficult projects to deliver, even when they're in one place. So having them region-wide is a particular challenge, but we do have capacity within the programme. And we will be embarking upon a promotional phase during the summer to try and drum up some more interest and hopefully more applications. But it's largely dependent on the shopkeepers coming forward to apply for the grants.
I think there's a phrase about you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And obviously, we've got an obligation there to try to encourage any business that can benefit from this to bring forward an application. Do you have any other questions? Okay. Okay, members, we can move to the recommendations. Happy to note 2.1, yeah. And agree 2.2. Okay, okay. Okay, can we turn to item number 6, which is the proposed budget for 2014-15. Can I ask the Director if there's anything he wants to add to the report before us?
Thank you, Chair. The report requires me to give a short presentation on the ABB, and this sets out the PES revenue budget for 14-15 and two following years, the two following years being on an indicative basis only. The ABB opens with an introduction on the context of the service provision, the future direction of the service, planning environment services, and all the resources involved. For 14-15, the department's gross expenditure budget is 51.856 million, and that includes 31.843 million for planning environment services itself, and the commissions that were responsible for, they total 20.013 million. So the total gross budget adds up to 51.856 million. The net controllable budget for PES is 27.052. Now, what we mean by net controllable, that's once all the various charges against us corporately are taken off, what we are actually in control of to deliver services and to affect savings in the future when that is required. And that net controllable budget increases to 47.065 million if we include the £20 million worth of commissions. Staff costs account for 8.285 million, and that represents 31% of our controllable budget. And for example, just as an indication of the challenges that we face, the waste PFI payments, they amount to 11.784 million a year, and that represents another 44% of our controllable budget. And that is obviously locked into a financial model that lasts for another 17 years for the term of the PFI service. The service also generates income through grants, fees and charges of some 4.791 million each year to help offset the cost of services that we provide, and charges for planning applications and building warrants constitute a significant element of that income. Page 30 indicates the whole budget for PES and includes all elements that are taken into consideration to calculate the net controllable budget of 27.052 million. Thereafter, the document details each of the discrete businesses within Planning Environment Services, detailing what the service is about and the way it is delivered, including the resource details, the key outputs and benchmarking. The budgets in each of these service areas are also broken down into activities carried out by that service, and each of the budgets associated with each service is then detailed on an expenditure and activity basis. The major change from previous years is the transfer of strategic housing to community and customer services, with environmental, health and trading standards retained within planning and regulatory services. Finally, there is an analysis of payments to other bodies for 2014-15, that's pages 71 and 72, and an analysis of income, pages 73, 74 and 75, and there's a further analysis of that income under the fees and charges heading for 14-15 on pages 76 through to 79. Appendix 1 to this report sets out the budget process and timetable for the development of the Council's budget for the period 2015-16 to 2017-18, and that is as agreed at full Council on the 6th of February 2014. The information presented today is for review and agreement for 2014-15 and is provided to enable members the fullest scrutiny of the Planning Environment Services budget and to assist members and political groups in developing their budget proposals for 15-16 and the following years. The ABB document obviously builds on the Planning Environment Service reviews that we completed during 2013-14, and these were approved by this committee on the 20th of November 2013. And these service reviews also provide comprehensive details to assist members in their scrutiny and budget deliberations. Should members wish further information in detail, that should be handled through requests from political groups to the Directorate if these are major pieces of information, that additional information that you require. The revenue budget presented for 14-15 includes all the savings agreed by Council for 14-15, and there was a number of these for Planning Environment Services. That included 52,000 saving for corporate travel, staffing reductions from our service reviews of a total of £390,000, economic development savings of £30,000, planning and regulatory service savings of £25,000, and a review of fees and charges £30,000, and school transport commission £280,000. So that was a total of £807,000 of savings going forward on the 14-15 budget. The departmental management team is here along with other colleagues, and will be delighted to field any questions, and I'll happily help with the more corporate departmental issues. So thank you very much, Chair.
Alistair. Okay, can I open it up now to members with questions? Brian.
Thank you. Just on staff costs, the 26% of the gross expenditure, we recognise that staff costs are going to be at the high end of the delivery of any service. I wonder what the experience has been in being able to attract people to any vacancies, and how responsive the HR department has been to the Directorate in its requirements in filling these vacancies. We know, for example, that with shortage of resource, it can cause delays in delivery, which is something that exercises members extensively throughout the year. I'd just be interested to know what sort of response we were getting, what sort of recruitment difficulties might be experienced in a Dumfries and Galloway context, i.e. are the majority of the more qualified end of staff recruitment coming from outside of the region, and how responsive have HR been in supporting the Directorate in fulfilling those requirements?
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, as part of our budget strategy, we decided to manage vacancies very stringently to help us make savings going forward. So we haven't had a large number of vacancies that we have advertised to refill. Things are slow generally at looking for the particular talent that we require, but from where I sit, I'm not aware there is an issue going forward. We've been successful in filling positions. For example, our health and safety officer, we lost, very good officer, and we've now filled that, and we're very happy now to be continuing with our good performance on health and safety. As far as HR are concerned, we have a business partner that's allocated to the management team to work very closely with, and again we get good help and satisfactory help to take these things forward.
Okay, members, any other questions? Okay, Jeff and then Ian.
I just raise the recycling issues. I mean, it's disappointing that we're 31 out of 32 local authorities, and I appreciate there are reasons behind that because of the decision to go down the Eco-Deco route in the past to satisfy the diversion from landfill. But I note on page 61, the definition of has now been changed so that non-domestic properties are excluded from the household waste. What's happened in terms of the segregation of commercial waste? My understanding is that should have been introduced at the beginning of this year.
Right, thank you, Chair. Yes, it is disappointing that our recycling measure against other councils is at the lower end, as you say, 31 out of 32. What is not highlighted in figures that are published by SEPA on these statutory performance indicators is the diversion figure. And when we come to divert waste away from landfill, thus saving the council many hundreds of thousands of pounds on landfill tax, also saving carbon emissions because material is not going to landfill and creating methane gas, which is 13 times more powerful than carbon dioxide, we are performing the best in Scotland for diversion. But the Eco-Deco system that we signed up to, which produces a fuel for diversion and produces other outputs for diversion that are not included in the recycling calculation. And that's something that we understood 10 years ago when we signed the PFI contract. It was on a diversion basis because at that time the legislation was very much the EU landfill directive, which was all about diverting biodegradable waste and waste away from landfill. 10 years on, legislation has changed, and there has been a major change in law from the Scottish Government, which again focuses back on recycling. And as members are aware, we have agreed to introduce curbside collections of food and dry recycle it. We start these collections in the Wigtown area on the 25th of August for food and the 15th of September for dry recycle it. Now, that will not only increase our diversion, but will also increase our recycling rate. So all in all, that package of Ecodeco and its major diversion and these curbside collections will take us very much towards zero waste as a council. And what I mean by that is that we will be landfilling very little waste, and that has to be good news for the environment and for our finances going forward. On the commercial collection, I'm not in a position to give you any detail on that, because that is a business that's carried out by our colleagues in DGFirst, first and foremost. And I'll certainly find that out and advise members accordingly once I have that information. I trust that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Ian.
Thanks, Chairman. I suppose just when I was reading this, it's not so much a question, but I pick up on what Jeff's Councillor Lever saying there as well in regards to the waste side. But I think that was a long argument we had over 2 or 3 years with Scottish Government, and we are where we are now. And I think it was well argued, it was put forward, and the legislation was so specific to the curbside collection and the evaporation method that we went for. I think it was 4th in Scotland, best performing, down to 31st, 32. I would imagine over the next 18 months to 2 years that'll head back up in that direction. But just when I was reading this, it was quite disappointing in regards to the future vision of Dumfries and Galloway Council as we move forward. Good report, but we actually see as 10% comes out of this budget, we're talking about services, we're talking about waste collection, we're talking about consumer protection, we're talking about the economic development within Dumfries and Galloway, all the real services that people in the public, general public, when they look at this, they say that is what I understand the council to deliver. And over the next 3 years, we're looking at taking another 10% out of this. It's got to be very, very difficult, and that's really what stuck in my mind when I was reading this, how difficult the challenges are for ourselves as members in the council as we go forward over the next few years. Other than that, I mean, it's happy to take on the presentation. It just reaffirmed what was actually within the report. I think we've got, as members, really challenging times that's got to have an effect. And when you're looking at it, you think, what services have you got to cut? Are we looking realistically at the services that we've got to be taken out here? And that's very difficult when you see the kind of services that have been delivered through this remit or this portfolio. That's pretty much it, Chairman.
I think you highlight an important point, Ian. I mean, we've got more than £30 million worth of savings to make over the next 3 years as a council. And when you look at even the budget in this department, 44% of it is effectively ring-fenced for the waste PFI. It gives you very little room for manoeuvre without having to make some major decisions around what services we can and can't continue as a council. So incredibly challenging times, and I think that's a clear message we need to get across to the public. Okay, Craig.
Thank you, Chair. It's going back to the benchmarking issue again, and on page 40, referring to the unemployed people assisted into work from council-operated or funded schemes. We're sitting near benchmark at 21 out of the 32 councils, whereas Argyll and Bute there are sitting first. Now, I appreciate we have difficulty just for the very rurality of our area, but I would imagine that Argyll and Bute would suffer the same sort of issues there, and I just wondered, do we know what they're doing that they are so much more successful than we are in the likes of getting the unemployed back into work through council-assisted schemes?
Again, Chair, I think that's one I'll need to get a bit more research on and come back and advise members accordingly, if that's acceptable.
Okay. Open to any good practice examples, absolutely. Ronnie and then Jim.
Thanks, Colin. Just on a quick question on the property and asset management within planning and environment services. We're obviously trying as a council to try to move to less premises and less usage of rented premises and try to use the council. I notice we have it appears to me the number of premises is increasing. Could you actually tell us why that is, and if for example, we're using our premises, we're renting, is there no where that we can use a premise that we've actually got, for example, on the high street for these services, to provide these services?
Thank you, Leader. Yes, we should be trying to obviously regulate and consolidate the premises that we're in. We have to play a part in the corporate approach on this, and there is a project looking at the Dumfries office management in general, and it's a case that the department has to fit into that rather than control its own destiny. We are centred in Kirkbank and Militia House and over at Buccleuch Street, and we do have other premises in the town that are rented, but again the future location of the staff is very much under review as the corporate approach to using the premises that the council has and trying to consolidate its estate. I hope that's helpful at this stage.
Well, we'll maybe follow it up again, but there's premises there that we rent, for example, in the place, and there's empty premises in the town centre that we still have, and I just wondered why we can't marry the two together.
I will check with my corporate colleagues what the next moves are and advise members accordingly what the plans are. Okay.
Okay, Jim.
Thanks. It's one question and a couple of technical points on it. The question is page 61, as Councillor Lever's already said, but why has there been such a large drop in ranking? We've dropped 14 places in the ranking for the gross cost per waste disposal per premises. And on page 39, we have a percentage of unemployed people assisted into work from council operated funded employability programmes. I think the actual level of spending would have been handy to be included in there so that we could actually see how effective each council is at spending the money. And also, on numerous pages, 39, 49, 50, 51, 60, 61, 63, we are being compared with Borders, Highland, Aberdeenshire, Orkney, Argyll and Bute, Eland Sa and Shetland are used as comparators, yet in page 69 we are given a rural authority average which says 5 authorities, yet it doesn't tell me which 5 authorities. So are we actually comparing all the way through the report? Well, we obviously can't be, because in the other ones we're being compared with 7 or 8 and now we're being compared with 5. So how are we actually managed to figure out what we're being compared by if we're not being compared with the same authorities all the time? And what are the 5 authorities in page 69 that are classed as rural authorities?
I'll ask Stephen to address some of these questions, but I think for the 5 rural authorities that are not actually defined, I think that's for integrated transport and commissioning, and the other comparisons are for the other service, which is infrastructure and commissioning. So I think it's 2 different services, and it may be the rigours of benchmarking and comparison are different for each of these 2 services. But I'll pass over to Stephen to answer some of these questions.
If I could just take the first question that Councillor McClung raised, which was the cost of refuse collection per premise. There has been a bit of a blip in terms of the year we're reporting on. It's actually covered in one of the exception reports in item 8 later on the agenda, in that the increase that's been realised in the cost of refuse collection per premise is related in part to a bit of a blip in the finance costing in terms of the additional capital finance costs in 13-14 associated with the purchase of the larger collection fleet associated, linked with the rollout of the new waste collection service. Although we're phasing it in over the areas to draw down the kind of maximum funding from Zero Waste Scotland, we have advanced purchased, and there's been a significant hit on the costs related to that for the service.
Any other points, Jim?
The other specific point was page 39. The actual funding levels, not just a percentage point, would have been handy to actually figure out how effective each authority is at spending the money that they're putting in. And the other one, I realise that there may be differences, but we're being compared with these same authorities throughout the report, and then in the last one on page 69, we're just given 5 authorities. Which authorities are these 5 authorities, and are any of them the same as which we're being compared against in other parts of the ABB?
Right, so on these 5 authorities, without guessing what they are, again, I'll advise members of what these are in due course.
Okay, John.
Thanks, Chair. Just on page 69, it's a percentage of bus stops with a raised curb. Dumfries and Galloway average 7.75%, the Scottish average nearly 25%, and the rural average 26%. Is there any reason why we are as low, considering the amount of stuff that's going on for, you're reading about the problems people with disabilities are facing?
I can advise that the only reason will be the amount of expenditure we have to actually provide these and the budget constraints that we have. It may be that these other council areas spend far more on these facilities than we do.
Jim?
Should that not be something we should raise with Westrans then, Chair, if Westrans have a budget for development that might include accessibility?
With Westrans, basically, yeah. I'm sure members that are on Westrans will be able to do that. I mean, I think if you look at the figures, we spend probably significant sums on bus service. I think what we probably spend most of our sums on is actually subsidising buses rather than bus stops itself. If you look at the figures for net expenditure on bus services per head of population, Dumfries and Galloway is £22.31, but the Scottish average is £8.54. And the rural average is £15.07, so we obviously spend substantially more per head of population on bus services. My instinct tells me that's probably on the several £1 million that we spend on subsidising services, I suspect. John, do you want to come back?
It certainly doesn't help people with a disability to get on a bus, even though we're supplying the service. If they can't get on the bus, it seems pretty pointless.
Okay. Jim?
Just on that point, how many of the buses are actually kneeling buses that they don't need raised curbs?
It's a good point, I suspect. I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, that may very well be an explanation for that. Okay, any other questions? Okay, can we turn to the recommendations then? That's us dealt with the performance report later on in the agenda, I suspect, rather than the budget report, but we've obviously had a presentation from Alistair on the budget. Are we happy to agree the budget for the forthcoming year for 2014-15? Okay, thanks very much. Can we turn to item number 7 then, please? Okay, this is the Economic Development Fleet and Infrastructure Asset Class Capital Programme for 2013-14 outturn report. We've got Stephen Herriot, Sheena Trail, Jason Sears and Shelley Mackay here to answer any questions. Could I ask if there's any... I have to come to the seat, Jason, yeah. Ask if there's anything you want to add to the report, Alistair?
There's nothing to add to the report at this stage, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, can I open it up to members? Alistair?
Forgive the parochialism, Chair. It's no like me, I can. Paragraph 3.12.16, Newton Stewart Household Waste Recycling Centre. Community of Mid-Galloway, particularly central and northern Mid-Galloway, delighted to have got the facility, watched keenly the progress being made, but there's an increasing degree of frustration developing, Chair, as what is perceived to be the lack of actual opening. Now that's compounded to an extent, sir, by the fact that there was a specific opening date fixed for the 7th of April this year. That might not have been the most fortuitous of things to do, I would be forced to admit, but we're now into July, and my understanding, in fact, is that we're still not entirely sure when the facility will be available for members of the public. So I'd be grateful, Chair, if we can get some clarification today, because it's a facility, Chair, which has been extremely well received, as I say, and people are becoming increasingly frustrated about the fact that they can see it's there. It's apparently, or it gives the impression of being that the works have been completed, but it still is not available, as it were, for public use. Thank you.
Do you want to answer that, Stephen?
Thanks. Yeah, the facility has been it's been commissioned. Effectively, it's ready. It's almost good to go. In terms of the last obstacle to actually get it opening, we're negotiating with Shanks Waste Management on resourcing that site and giving us the operatives required. That's probably been slightly tied up with kind of wider discussions we've been having with Shanks on the kind of variations to the contract more widely with the new waste collection service and at that end of the region, the Stranraer Zero Waste Park. What we've asked the project company on the contract to do for us is to kind of ring fence that issue and move it forward as quickly as possible. And we've told them that we're looking for the end of this month to have operatives identified to actually man that facility so that we can bring it on stream and actually move it forward quicker than we within the other negotiations that are taking place around other elements of the contract. So we're trying for the end of this month.
Alistair?
Thanks very much indeed, sir. I'm pleased to hear, Chair, that we have identified this specific issue and we're going to deal with it accordingly. Because my worry, obviously, is that if it's intermingled with wider issues, it doesn't get the focus, Chair, that some of us would argue it warrants. Hopefully, I would also make point, sir, as well. We don't have a particularly good culture of celebrating success in a Dumfries and Galloway context. This has been a project which was worked up in a remarkably short space of time. It's been pushed on through and it's been developed. I would like to think, sir, that there will be a formal opening of the facility with a maximum amount of publicity which that would derive. I think that it would be well worthwhile, Chair.
Sure, we can look into that, yeah. John?
Thanks, Chair. It's page 85, 312.15, Dumfries short-term measures. It's got here the Dumfries, it was agreed on 13th of December 2011, some short-term measures for help transport around about Dumfries. It's got here St Shakespeare and St Michael Street, they are completed. Could you actually tell me what has actually been done? I know there have been double yellow lines painted along there, but my recollection was that the one in Shakespeare Street, the double yellow lines were to help the buses getting into the Lorburn Centre. Well, that doesn't seem to have happened because the cars are still parked along there. We've also got the Nith Bank, St Michael's, Craigs Road roundabout and Broom Road remain to be delivered. Have you got any idea when these are actually going to be delivered? Because it was agreed nearly 2.5 years ago to get these projects. And just further on, it seems to be a contradiction. We've got the agreed that additional scheme identified the dockhead should be implemented as part of this programme, subject to budget availability. Then later on, it's got, it is unlikely that these schemes will require the full amount of the remaining budget between these allocations, and it is proposed that any remaining budget will be utilised within this asset class. Can you just tell me if this money is going to be used for the likes of the dockhead, as I say, if there's money still left in the budget? But it'd be good to know when, especially the St Michael's Craigs Road roundabout, when that bit there is going to be done, and also what is going to be done to actually help the parking on the buses, etc., on St Michael Street and Shakespeare Street, because St Michael Street's exactly the same. We extended the yellow lines, but it's not made the slightest bit of difference.
Do you want to answer that, John?
Good morning, yes. With regard to the schemes that are completed, the works on Shakespeare Street involved removal of the build-out that existed at the entrance to the NCP car park, and also the promotion and implementation of no waiting, no loading at any time restrictions. So both of those have been done. Obviously the no waiting at any time, disabled badge holders, for example, were permitted to park on those restrictions. The no loading and unloading restriction now removes that. Only the other day when I was down there, I actually stopped a police van and pointed out that there was a van parked on these restrictions. But at the end of the day, enforcement of these restrictions is a matter for the police.
I would encourage, we'll certainly trying to work maybe with the bus companies to try and report these matters and encourage the police to take appropriate action. Okay. With regard to St Michael Street, the change there was just the introduction of no waiting at any time, restrictions over a longer length than it existed beforehand, and that was to allow the queue for the traffic signals to be in 2 lanes rather than 1 over a greater distance. The other works that have to be undertaken at Brooms Road, that's essentially a remarking of the lane layout, and we plan to undertake that when Brooms Road is resurfaced later this year. The St Michael Street Craigs Road roundabout, the original scheme there was for essentially a left turn lane, an additional lane on the approach to the roundabout on Craigs Road. What transpired with that was there's extensive public utilities in that area, and what we're looking at is if there's a possible alternative involving changes to the refuge island in that approach to the junction to see if we can improve the capacity on that road. The final one is at Nith Bank, and the original scheme there was to look at 2 lanes on the approach again to the St Michael Street Craigs Road roundabout, which is essentially what almost happens at the moment anyway. But the other factor we have to think about there, and has been considered also at this committee, is pedestrian movement across to Pumpfield Lane and then to the National Cycle Network, which runs through Dock Park. So there's a number of different factors to look at that junction, and what's the best way of delivering them as a whole rather than in a piecemeal fashion, and deliver something and then perhaps have to take that away again in a year's time or something like that. The final scheme there at Dockhead, at the time when we sought agreement for that, some of the costs for some of these schemes were less clear. We also essentially seem to have 2 different allocations for this, for these programmes, and we're working through this. And obviously if the budget isn't required to deliver these schemes, well, the funding will be available for other schemes. And essentially what I'm trying to do is bring about cost-effective improvements to the operation of the network within the town. Thanks.
You want to come back in there, John? Are you happy with that?
Just no, as I say, I know that I can see what's happened in Shakespeare Street and St Michael Street, but it just seems to be absolutely pointless since the traffic wardens were taken away with the Police Scotland. As I say, in a morning when it's at the busiest, it's just absolutely the one in St Michael Street. They're still parked there to drop kids off, etc. And the one in Shakespeare Street, nearly all day, the bus will never get along there because of parked vehicles. So it just seems to be an absolute waste of time unless it's got to be enforced a bit more rigorously.
I'll certainly raise that with the police. I'm scheduled to meet them sometime in the future, because obviously the same issue could develop at Burn Statue if we don't have proper enforcement. There's no point in the council investing if the police are not going to properly enforce some of these things. And can I make a request, if you're going to, when you resurface Brooms Road, can you do it when I'm on holiday, please, because that will keep us very busy. George?
Thanks, Chair. Page 105, it's about the school, the 20-mile-an-hour limit at schools. I was under the assumption that there was a laid out programme for all these schools to be done over a course of a period of 2 or 3 years or whatever it may be. But it would appear from this here that if we take the like of Twynham Primary, it's a progression depends on the trawl identifying any urban locations to be considered. I was just wondering exactly what that meant. Does that mean that urban schools are going to take precedence over rural schools?
Sorry if there's confusion there. The trawl mentioned is with regard to the priorities that this committee agreed, but what it agreed was to look first of all at urban locations where there's a history of injury accidents involving pedestrians and cyclists or all accidents, and then the third priority is the schools. So unfortunately we're waiting the finalised accident information for 2013 to come through. We'll be able to undertake these trawls, identify if there's any urban locations. If not, well then the schools are the next priority.
Thank you. I'm just looking at page 97, and it's the actual spend by area on the infrastructure asset class capital programme. And I'm just quite surprised that with the forestry routes, there's only money being spent in Annandale and Eskdale. And Stuartry has a lot of forestry wagons coming through the various villages and towns. Does that deal with that at all? I'm just interested in that. And the other thing is, I noticed that there's been nothing spent on road safety across the whole region, which I think is a bit odd, and that the cycleways are only having money spent in Nistdale. And I'd have thought that, again, the Stuartry particularly would have been, it's quite a lot of people cycling at the moment, and I'm just surprised there's no projects there to be implemented.
Stephen? If I could come in on the forestry routes. Effectively what we do with that programme, committee gives us 173,000 most years. What we try to do with that programme is bid into the Strategic Timber Transport Fund. In previous years we've been quite successful with that, but what we have to do is identify discrete projects that meet the criteria for the additional funding from Scottish Government through FCS, through the Forestry Commission. What we did do for that year, 13-14 particularly, was look at a lot of work that was required on the A708. We'd identified that as a major project. We weren't successful, unfortunately, in being scoring high enough against other bids through the country. So we didn't get STTF funding for that project, and that's probably been one of the first years, and I'm thinking back the length of the time the fund's run, 8 plus years, that we haven't pulled down funding. But we did feel the need to continue to spend the priority, which was the A708, with the increased timber haulage on it. Moving forward, we will continue to try and target that funding where we can draw down additional Scottish Government funding on the forestry routes. Sorry, the other question was on the cycleways.
Absolutely nothing on road safety, which I think is strange, and cycleways.
The road safety budget, I think that comes back to what the report covers, that the fact that there are a number of budgets that deal with kind of safety related matters. So there's 20 mile an hour budgets, there's the AIP budget, road safety budget, and there was overspend in some of the budgets and underspend in others. And what we tried to do is we've tried to spend up. We have a history in terms of the capital programming for this committee of a number of budget headings that continue through each year that have never been closed down. And we've tended to spend against those where we can and close down those budget headings, and then deal with a more kind of generic budget heading like road safety. So this year, the priorities that John was taking forward was really on, in terms of our network strategy priorities, was really on the 20 mile an hour schemes, and there was overspend that doesn't quite offset the underspend in road safety that does deal with road safety issues.
Why is that not featuring in this, this table? If you've used money from there, I have no problem with you using the money for road safety. I just think it's a bit strange to have £100,000 apparently just sitting there doing absolutely nothing.
Sorry, I didn't switch the mic off. There is overspend against the accident investigation and prevention budget that offsets some of that underspend on road safety. So it was a case of where the works were actually coded to. So works did go forward on road safety. It's just that we coded them to this historic budget heading, an AIP. But overall,
I'm just saying, these are meant to be easy to follow. And there isn't, you're not doing that. That doesn't tell me anything at all. I'm looking at that and I'm seeing £100,000 sitting there not being allocated. You're telling me it is allocated, so why is that not in the programme here?
It hasn't been used against that item. The purpose of this table, it was extra information that members asked from us in terms of a bit more detail on the spend on an area basis. And the purpose of this table is really just to show within the programmes and overall what the spend is within each of the operational areas. The other tables within, and the detail within Appendix 3, detail exactly what's happened within each of the infrastructure programmes where there's been underspend and overspend within the overall asset class programme. Overall, we overspent on the programme and we aimed to spend up on a lot of the roads surfacing programmes. The three major road surfacing programmes came out over the budget, but that was with members' agreement and in response to some of the damage that we'd had with adverse weather, particularly the coastal flooding damage. And it was a case of balancing some of the underspends within the programme and the infrastructure asset class with the overspends, but we came out over budget with an overspend of 70,000 73,000.
Okay. Graham, then Jim, and then Jack.
Thank you, Chair. The Stranraer Flood Prevention Scheme, page 85, work item 6. Basically, there's an impasse between the landowner and the scheme the council would like to implement. Reference is made to the possible use of a scheme using the coercive powers of Flood Risk Management Scotland Act 2009. What is the chance of this having to be implemented, and if so, when? Because this is key to the whole flood prevention scheme of Stranraer, and we have been logjammed for some time with this.
I think what we are possibly is overdue a report to committee, just bringing the committee up to speed on this scheme, what we have achieved, and I'll suggest that we try and get something on the next agenda if at all possible. I think what we need to do, we identify there's a number of the work packages we have been able to take forward, and I think probably what we just need to inform committee on and take a view on and reach agreement on is it worth pursuing these last two work packages using coercive powers, or whether the benefits that they realise would only really be viable if it was something we could do by agreement. And I think that's something we'll bring back to committee on the project itself.
Okay, Jim.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll ask the easy one first and then the more difficult one second. The first one's on behalf of a group colleague. It's regarding the extensions of the speed limits. On page 105, it's the A710 Dalbeattie bypass. He's asked if that could actually be given a higher priority and revisited given the imminent opening of the new health centre, which will then mean people walking back and forward across that part of the road, and it's at the minute a national speed limit. Do you want the second one next? Or? The next one is a notice on page 99, road structural maintenance. There's no mention of the A716 at Colstay, which the last information I had was going to cost 705,000. However, unfortunately, from my point of view, the last meeting of this committee removed 425,000 of that to go to the repair of Stranraer Harbour Wall. I noticed that there is no mention of the 716 works being in the structural maintenance, and the information I had was that it was going to be staged, but it was going to be over 3 years before the full work would be completed. Is there any update on that and how we're going to try and jiggle the money about, given the fact that we actually gave £1 million for Lifeline Roads?
Can I just respond on the second point, and then I'll hand over to John, who'll cover the 20 mile an hour speed limit. In terms of page 99 of the report, the works that we list are the works that were undertaken in 13-14, and what we did do at the kind of last quarter of the year was some of the initial storm damage works on the 716 Kilstay, so that's why it gets a mention there under completed additional works, and that was works in order to stabilise the road in relation to the retaining wall so that the road could be opened again after a period of disruption and closure. So that work was taken forward as kind of urgent work. What we agreed at the last committee when we set out the programme was that we would move within the coast, because there was such a demand within the coastal infrastructure programme, primarily that being driven by the additional work that we have to undertake at Stranraer Harbour, the quay wall there, in the increase, the significant increase in the scope of that project, that we would look at some of the places where we could maybe move some of the funding within the coastal infrastructure programme. The Kilstay Bay wall was initially identified along the complete length of requiring about £700,000 worth of work. What we will do in the monitoring report that we bring back in September to the committee is we will deal with, certainly as we were asked to do, is to look at how we prioritise the spend on that wall and what the priority would be in future years to draw down the funding that's required to make sure that it's stabilised for a significant period of time and that the full repairs are effected. The funding that we identified for it this year is effectively less than the 700,000. The exact figure eludes me. Was it 200 odd thousand? I think we said we would come back and tell committee just where exactly that would be spent, where the highest priority was in terms of making sure there's no subsequent failure over the winter months coming up.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm not sure the people of Dromore will be overly happy with the answer that it's still going to take 3 years to actually repair, to do a full repair, considering if and when that road goes back down again, we're going to be faced with a long route to get in and out of Dromore that is totally unsuitable for anything other than a car. And I mean one car going in one direction. If you meet another car coming in the other direction, you're up onto the grass verge. If you happen to meet a bus or a lorry, good luck to you.
Obviously, this is a report on last year's spend rather than the future programme, which was obviously dealt with last month. But did you say, Stephen, you were going to bring back a report updating members on the work that's going on in Kilstay?
What I would propose to do in the capital monitoring report, the first one for this year in September, dealing with the infrastructure programme, we will cover off where we're at with the study on the prioritisation in Kilstay Bay Wall. If we come back and say at that point that all the work needs to be done quicker than 3 years, that's what we will tell committee, and we'll talk about options. And I think we did discuss that in our correspondence, the potential that we might need to look at accelerating funding if what we have left over in the budget that we've allocated to Kilstay Bay, that's left in the 700,000, isn't enough to deal with the most urgent works that need to be addressed.
Okay, so we might look at accelerating the budget.
Yeah, Chair, I apologise. It's my first chance to actually get a dig in.
I know, sugarly pegs and all that, Jim. I know you were unavailable last month to ask these very questions. You know, I'm tempted to say if Mr. Swinney had given us the £1 million we asked for instead of the £500,000, we could have fixed your problem for you. But alas, he didn't. But we could obviously look at the issues around accelerating if the assessment is that work's required. But obviously, we'll wait and see what that assessment actually is. Okay, I think I've got...
Could have the answer to the one for a group colleague regarding Dalbeattie.
Sorry, John, yeah, on the Dalbeattie one, yeah, sorry.
No problem. The extension of the speed limit on the A7 Dalbeattie bypass is within our programme for the current year. The new health centre is within a 30 mph speed limit, and a control crossing has been provided as part of that development. So I'd anticipate that any pedestrian movements across the road to or from the health centre occur at the health centre within the current speed limit.
So just clarification, no, it's not going to be looked at again. It'll come up in the fullness of time, or yes, it is going to be looked at again because of the opening of the health centre.
In the programme, is it, John, do you say?
It's in our programme for this year. I'm not hearing anything that requires me to make it the top of my list, but if others wish to make that case, I'm happy to listen to it.
Okay, I've got Jack and then Ian, and then Jeff.
Thanks, Colin. On the Burn statue, I see that we had a bit of saving of money on that area. I wonder if it would be possible to use some of this money to make a feature of the well that was found there. I mean, that is certainly a tourist attraction that could be beneficial to the people of Dumfries and all the visitors. All we have over the top of it just now, I believe, is a cover.
Yeah, there is a cover over the top of the well. There's actually a couple of wells in the town centre, one of which is already covered over with a kind of a plaque notifying that there's a well underneath. There's been a number of suggestions that have come back to me following the discovery of that well. I think the difficulty is that if you put a glass cover over the top of it, it's actually whether you will see anything because it's quite deep. It's 1 metre or so down, and if you put a glass covering over the top of it, that you're just simply not going to see anything. But we might want to do a similar thing that we did with the previous well, which is to cover it over and just to tell people that there is a well there.
Jack?
Thanks, Colin. Would it not be possible, like we had over at the Burn Centre, to put a light on it and people would be able to see it?
It's possible. We can certainly have a look at that.
Thanks, Colin.
You're not proposing additional work, Jack. We've got got a timetable here to meet. No more delays, Jack. Ian?
Thanks, Chairman. Appendix 1, which is on page 89, the bit I'm looking at is what Jack was referring to there. Just a couple of bits. I mean, I think when I was looking at this, and it must have took a bit of bring it together and pull it together, I thought a bit it was a few cold sweats over it, trying to get everything to tie up. Just in regards to, just nipping away from it actually, seen the capital monitoring report when it comes back in September, just for Stephen, just a quick one. I wonder if we could have got an idea of how much, where our spend is on the road structural and the revenue side of that as well in particular, so kind of overlays and a spreading, a surface dressing. How likely we are to how much far on top of it. I think we're doing really well at the moment because of the weather, and if there's an actual chance there, an opportunity to actually spend a bit more on the roads, if that's realistic. Just, I mean, that just to take note more than anything, Stephen, if we could have brought that back and again been part of the report in September if it's coming back. And going back to the actual Appendix 1, I thought we'd actually, an Annan Railway Gateway, I thought we'd actually allocated a sum of money for that, but according to this, we've used slippage to fund that. I think, but just in clarity on that, because it's saying a zero allocation there. An Annan Bridge Gateway, we allocated under 48, we've only used 89,100. Just to get an understanding why that was, because I know that the local members are thinking they could have done a lot more at Annan Gateway as we went in, particularly the curb on the right hand side as you're going into Annan. Again, it's a wee bit shabby. We've picked up on that before. So just the slippage on the Annan Bridge Gateway and the Railway Gateway, I actually thought we had an allocation for that, but it's showing zero. Jason.
We used accelerated funding for the Bridge Gateway, and the appendix that you're looking at is showing that it's accelerated funding for 14-15. Both of the Bridge Gateway and the Station Gateway projects are broadly coming in around budget, rather than having any surpluses. So both budgets are actually fully allocated.
So it's just a case of that the money will be spent a different financial year. That's So basically, the 148 on the gateway the Bridge Gateway project will be spent. Just so happens that 58,900 will be in 14-15. Okay, right. And the 139's obviously been accelerated from 14-15 to this financial year. Ian, sorry, do you want?
Just so absolute clarity, we did spend nearly £150,000 on Annan Bridge Gateway. Is that what it was saying here? We did. Okay, thanks.
Jeff?
Thank you, Chair. Page 137, essential household waste landfill. I assume the reason why we put zero in 2011 and 12 and 2012-13 is because of the redefinition of household waste, is it?
What page are you on, Jeff, sorry?
137.
137, you're a step ahead of yourself, Jeff. That's report number 8.
Oh, sorry. I've just got bored during item 7.
It's a good try. We're actually on item 9 now. Did anybody notice?
I'll come back in about 2 hours.
No. Item 16 then. Okay, has anybody got any questions on item 7? Okay then, that's a good move, Jeff. That's moved everybody on quickly. Okay, can we turn to the recommendations then? Of item 7, to be clear. Are members happy to note 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, 2.6 and 2.7? Okay, thanks very much. Item number 8 now. This is obviously the Director's end of year assessment of the business plan performance. Could I ask Alistair if he's got anything he wishes to add to the report?
Nothing to add, Chair, but just a few comments. I think as Director, I'm satisfied with the performance last year. The management team are of the same opinion. I think what doesn't come through in the performance report is the fact that we carried out these 4 discrete service reviews during the summer of 2013, and that involved all staff over a very, very concentrated period of time in delivering these service reviews. And I think that's something that doesn't come through in the performance, but it's something that we also coped with, as well as hitting the majority of outcomes and outputs. The business plan itself has 50 key performance indicators and 63 projects. Of these 50 key performance indicators, 11 are noted red, and there are exception reports on these 11 in the Appendix 2 at the end of the report. Of the 63 projects, 58, 92% are on target, 3% were completed as scheduled, and 5% have not progressed as anticipated. And again, there are exception reports explaining the reasons for that in Appendix 2. Paragraph 3.5 details the delivery against the PES objectives in the business plan, and that indicates good progress. And we are delighted to take any questions. Heads of service and colleagues are here to answer these in detail. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much, Alistair. Okay, Jeff, page 137. And Alistair,
Yeah, page 137. The level of, or the percentage of household waste landfill for the previous 2 years is shown as 0. Is that because of the change in definition of household waste? And also reference is made to Project Co. Who is, or who are Project Co. And I note in item 15, not wishing to race ahead, that ScotGen previous facilities now being taken over by Rank Recycling. So are we talking to them about recycling the solid recovered fuel? And on a separate issue, I'm very disappointed about 129, the percent reduction in energy consumption for all council properties. I mean, we seem to be getting worse at reducing the energy consumption rather than better. And I appreciate there are a number of improvement actions listed in that report, but how convinced are we that we will actually achieve the reductions which we're talking about? Because in past performance, we haven't.
I think on the page 137, if I could, Councillor Lever, if I could come back to you on that first. In terms of the exception report, this is one of the new indicators that was brought into the business plan refresh last year. And I think that's probably why the system's picked it up as having no data in the previous years. Having said that, it's probably a bit of an oversight in that we could back calculate. We probably have a good handle on a lot of these figures, although I know we're saying in this report that some of them are preliminary in relation to the waste management figures for 13-14. But yes, it would be possible to back calculate, but I think the system's just picked that up in terms of that being one of the new suite of indicators that we introduced for the waste management last year. We make reference to Project Co, and I apologise for maybe not making that clearer in terms of the exception report. Project Co are the company that we have the contract with that effectively run the Ecodeco and the household waste recycling centres and our waste management PFI contract. And we refer to them as Project Co, and that's Shanks, Dumfries and Galloway Limited. We differentiate because underneath that they then have a contract with Service Co, who are effectively Shanks Group. And it just reflects the kind of our terminology in the contractual relationship. So we deal with Project Co, who are 20% owned by Shanks and 80% owned by John Lang Investments. And when we meet with them, we meet with representatives of both of those companies, and we have a direct relationship with Project Co through the contract that we have. You raised the query about ScotGen and Rank Recycling, and it actually comes up in report item 15 on the committee. But we understand that Rank Recycling have stepped in to take on the ScotGen facility, and that they're going through the process of becoming licensed and permitted to use that as the facility was originally intended. And the item 15 report looks at a possible relationship and asks for committee approval to develop that relationship for use of some of their low-grade waste, low-grade heat output from their burning facility.
Okay, Alistair and then Patsy.
Thanks very much indeed, Chair. My comments are, I suppose, in a way, are almost like preliminary observations. I mean, the heading in this report, sir, is Director's End-of-Year Assessment of the Business Plan Performance. Now, I would like to think that, you know, we're all signed up to the concept of a member-led authority, and I would hope, Chair, perhaps for the future, there would be more direct elected member input and involvement into preparing this assessment, because there are certain conclusions arrived at, Chair, in relation to some of the performance indicators in Appendix 1, which I wouldn't necessarily agree with. and I'm sure that I'm not alone in that. In fact, I know for a fact, Chair, that I'm not alone in that. And I would like to think that in the future, that particularly input from the administration, because this business plan reflects ultimately back on the priorities that the administration have set. And to me, as I say, sir, I think it would be helpful for the future to have elected member input into the preparation of the assessment, at the same time as subjecting that assessment, Chair, to the Service Committee for due and appropriate scrutiny. Hopefully you'll find these comments helpful, sir.
Do you have a particular forum for that to happen in terms of, you're proposing a draft report comes to groups or members or?
Well, that would be one possibility, but as I say, my view is that I would be perfectly happy. That would be a good suggestion. I would also feel that at the end of the day, the administration, as I've said, should be involved in this process, because the business plan reflects their priorities, etc. And I think that helps us, to give a greater focus, Chair, to a member-driven council. And that's not meant to be disrespectful, let me assure you, sir, to Mr. Speedy and the work that he's done in that. But as I say, I personally feel that would be it would be another step along the way, to sort of making it a genuine member-led authority, and for it to be seen to be such. Grateful for your time, Chair.
Good point. Yeah. Patsy.
Thank you. I'm looking at the exception report for net cost of refuse collection per premise, and I noticed the reason that we haven't we've exceeded the target is that it's quite a lot of it's associated with the purchase of refuse collection vehicles. Now, I was led to believe that under zero waste they were funding any excess vehicles that were needed to do the waste collection service, and I just wonder why that hasn't, if that hasn't happened, because if it's just general replacement of vehicles, surely that would have been in the budget, would have been in a cyclical system, and shouldn't have come as a surprise. So I'm just kind of wondering why we are not reaching that target, because it's getting quite expensive to pick up rubbish.
There was a significant elements of the purchase, the new capital purchase for the new waste collection service were funded by Zero Waste Scotland, but there was still part funding by the council in terms of some of these new waste collection vehicles, as well as the ongoing cost in terms of the residual container collection, the normal refuse collection vehicles. So we now have a kind of a fleet of vehicles running on 3 streams, with the food waste collection vehicles, the dry recycle collection vehicles, and they were part funded by Zero Waste Scotland, but there are still capital funding costs associated with some element of those, as well as any new acquisitions on the residual refuse collection vehicles.
So when we were told that it wasn't actually going to cost us anything to implement the zero waste thing, that wasn't entirely accurate then. It was meant to be cost neutral, and we weren't going to see a difference in what it was going to cost us to pick up this rubbish initially. I'm sure it will come eventually, and that's not actually the case then. Is that right?
No, the case is exactly as stated. We did get money from Zero Waste Scotland. Nothing's changed in that. What we're measuring here is the cost of refuse collection per premise, and it's a statutory performance indicator, and it has certain criteria that we must measure, and that criteria includes all expenditure in the year on that function. So we're not reflecting expenditure that we didn't expect. We've obviously had increased expenditure because we've been buying new vehicles, so therefore that's why the indicator has increased.
So that money came from somebody else, effectively.
And the criteria, the criteria dictates that we must include all expenditure.
Might be a good news story, is what we're saying. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any other questions, Jim? And then Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm perhaps a bit clearer than Councillor Geddes. The specific things that I questioned were in numerous bits where the projects are underway and apparently proceeding as planned. On page 120, the top one, burial strategy, it's a 3-year project. We're 2 years into the project and it's only 6% complete. wouldn't in my former life would have said that was actually proceeding as planned. There are numerous other ones throughout the report. On page 122, Loch Ryan Harbour Revision Order. It's 3 weeks to go and it's only 50% complete, yet it's proceeding as planned. There's, as I say, there are numerous throughout the report that I have a problem with the progression and it's still being proceeding as planned.
If I could, okay, Chair.
Stephen, yeah.
I mean, just dealing with those individual cases, the burial strategy, most of the work is envisaged in taking place in this financial year, although it was in the business plan throughout the period. And the objective, the idea is that we're bringing a kind of interim report to this committee. I think the target is September. That report has in effect started to be drafted. I've seen a first draft of that report. And it's to bring to members our kind of initial ideas on where we might go forward in terms of a strategy as a council. It's not something that we felt we could suddenly turn up with the burial strategy and offer that to members, because there are some tough considerations to be made in terms of where the service could go in terms of provision of burial grounds. So the progress to date is probably quite low, but the idea is that that's something that's been focused on through this last year of the business plan. In terms of the Loch Ryan Harbour Revision Order, there is an exception report on that one, that there will be an extension to the time required to deliver that, and that's primarily linked to ongoing discussions with Stena and P&O, but principally Stena in relation to the end use of the East Pier and the Ross Pier area, where they have responsibilities and statutory powers as the harbour authority for elements of that. So that draft order is for Loch Ryan, is with Stena and P&O for consultation informally, and we're awaiting Stena's feedback on how they would like to see us trying to continue to work in partnership with them in relation to the waterfront project, and see how we can accommodate either them dissolving their powers under the legislation that they have within our harbour revision order or otherwise.
So basically the due dates that are in the report are dates that you're still focused on achieving these by?
The due date for the burial strategy in the report is a date that we're achieved on focusing on. There is a revision in the business plan report, refreshed business plan for the Loch Ryan report that will reflect the change to that date for the reasons I've just set out.
Jim?
Yeah, thanks. I was actually only using the two as an example. There are various out through the report. You want another two, page 125, prepare and implement a PES workforce development plan. It's a 2-year project, we're 1 year in, only 10%, the one below it. It's a 2-year project, we're 1 year in, there's only 10%. As I say, I'm only given, I could actually rhyme off all the ones that I have a question about. I was only using those two and the further two that I gave you as an example of why I question the status, because of the amount of time left in the project and the amount of progress that we've actually made. That was one of the points that I believe Councillor Geddes was trying to make.
So obviously there's an opportunity for you though in the next paper to amend the business plan based on your concerns. So you'll obviously do that, yeah. Okay. Okay, any other questions? Okay, Ian?
Thanks, Chairman. Just the new household waste collection system, will that have an effect on the KPIs? I'm just talking in broad terms, and the complaints handling process, the complaints in regards to planning, which is maybe not for you, Stephen, but in regards to that, the improvement action, is that fit for purpose, or do we need to be resourcing this at a higher level?
Yes, indeed, the new household waste collection system, what we will see is an increase in our recycling rate, and we've talked about that figure there in terms of the exception reporting that's in the committee papers on that. And we would look to see a decrease in the material landfilled in terms of there will be the recycling elements, and the food waste will not go through the eco-deco process anymore, reducing the volumes that could potentially, at the end of that process, end up in landfill if there's not a further economic reuse for them. So yes, we'd expect quite a positive impact in both of those PIs.
Okay, Ian?
Just calling in regards to, I mean, another question I could ask in the back of that is how much landfill is actually the solid recovered fuel? If you've got that information, that just says I'm tempted to ask that, but if not, I can pick up that another time. But in regards to page 131, it's the appendix here that relates to the complaints handling. There's complaints come in, it's primarily in regards to the pressures run about planning. People come in, they're complaining in regards to, it states in there more about the outcome rather than the actual process, whereas complaints I think is primarily around about process normally. So it's performing by about half of where it should be. There's no further resource needed there, it's stating. So I think maybe there potentially is. So I'm just wondering, is the improvement action plan there fit for purpose?
There is a programme, there is a bit of work ongoing with the complaints unit between ourselves to look at how we best triage these complaints coming in, and part of that is actually going to be our service manager from development management along with the principal officer for complaints are going to make a visit to the ombudsman to see if we can actually better triage these complaints coming in. That will hopefully lessen that problem.
I suppose, Chairman, I mean, is there any need for further resources? Probably my concern. It says resource implications, no resource implications. Would an extra body, an extra person on the ground actually take care of this or not? We're saying it's just about improvements in the way the process, I suppose.
Not a resource required. It's really just a matter of working the process better so that we're not bringing in complaints that have got other methods to be used. Most of these complaints relating to planning are what we call backdoor challenges to decisions that are being made. Essentially, that individual should be going to the Court of Session to challenge it. It costs a lot of money to do that, so they're looking at coming through the complaints process. We really need to clarify what the outcome of the complainant wants so that we can triage it better coming in.
So effectively, we're getting people using the complaints procedure to challenge a planning decision effectively, okay? And it's finding a way to sift that out of the system.
Chairman, can I just one other small thing in regards to that? So this time next year we should see a vast change then, a vast difference in that, not so much in the KPI, but the actual performance against that KPI I would expect.
I would hope so, but that will be dependent on what vision the SPSO, the Scottish Public Services Ombudsman, has on how we deal with planning complaints. And as I say, that's discussion to take place sometime in the very near future.
Okay. Alistair.
Thanks very much, Chair. You know, this particular section of this report I do find interesting because, you know, it seems to me it brings to the surface the tension which invariably exists between service departments and the corporate centre. But it's always been this, as far as I'm concerned, it always probably will be, as long as it's constructive. I've no particular problems with it. But the issue about allowing complaints procedures, etc., to be used for purposes for which they're not intended has really got to be addressed. It's got to be addressed robustly, Chair, albeit courteously and politely. And at the end of the day, people have got to be told, I'm sorry, that is not what the complaints procedure is for. Your complaint cannot be competently dealt with under that particular procedure, and you must go and avail yourself of the relevant remedy. And regrettably, of course, too often, Chair, that means the Court of Session, where unless you've got massively deep pockets, it's not really a realistic option. And perhaps maybe at some time in the not too distant future, the government or the Scottish Government of the day might be looking at more expeditious and less expensive forums, as it were, for people to take their complaints to and seek remedies rather than going through the full-blown judicial process with all that that implies. Thank you.
That's a valid point, yeah. Jeff?
Just so that Chris Wood-G can get away, I think he came forward to answer the second part of my question some time ago about the energy consumption reductions involved, and just broaden it out. Are there any penalties involved with the not hitting these targets?
Not as such. We pay our carbon reduction commitments tax on gas and electricity consumption. So if we can better them, obviously that reduces. But at the moment, there are no penalties as such, although whether that will happen in the future, I have no idea.
And just on the back of that, how confident are we that we are going to hit these targets in the future? So you've got various improvement actions. But we've had these improvement actions of different sorts in place in preceding years, and we have come nowhere near hitting the target.
I would hope we will do. I think we're in this sort of situation where we're trying to turn a tank around. We've got 600 odd buildings. To put it in a bit of context, my opposite number up in Falkirk, they went up last year by 13%. So the fact that we're not doing brilliantly, but we are just about keeping heads above water. But as time goes on, as we start to, the whole process that's going on in the council of rationalising things, we will be able to start losing buildings, I'm sure, improving the efficiency of how we use buildings, and that will start to make a major impact. But that hasn't actually fed into the process as yet. We had hoped that we would have had, one of the targets was 20% less building, I think. That's not happened as yet, but when it does happen, that will start to make quite a major impact on what we're doing. Plus, obviously, investment in renewables, we would hope there'll be a paper up to members again before too long, looking at maybe the next phase of possibly PV panels or biomass boilers, and the ones we have got, we're starting to make some progress on getting them working effectively. So it's a long process. We have some great successes, street lighting in particular. Last Christmas, we'd reduced our emissions there by about 600,000 kilowatts. That's a fantastic achievement. So we have got good areas of improvement, but we've still got a long way to go, and it's going to be a big collective effort to achieve that.
Okay. Ian?
Just if Chris has got to be here for item 15, I can leave it to them, but there's a clear, direct correlation between the carbon reductions in item 15, potentially, but I didn't read it within the report, so if you'll still be here in item 15, I'll leave it to them.
Yeah, we'll still be here. If you're still here, Ian, we'll still be here. Jim?
Yeah, thanks, sir. I was just thinking about your comment regarding the business plan. Rather than involve it in the business plan, would it not be better actually for the service to actually consider either doing an exception report on projects that are ongoing, but the progress would seem on the percentages that were given at either being low, either doing exception reports on them, or actually putting a small explanation into the body of the report with a heading of why the percentage of progress actually seems to be low. But I will admit that there are times when there is a valid reason why the progress seems exceptionally low. So rather than that going into any amendments to the business plan, it would be easier if it was just either done as a KPI, as an exception report, or a small explanation within the body of the report that was put in front of members that would explain the low progress, apparent low progress.
Yeah, I mean, how we actually tackle that is an interesting point. I mean, I think certainly where it's not going to meet the due date, then that by definition will need to be in the business plan, because that will have to be amended in terms of the business plan. So, for example, the Loch Ryan one looks in the business plan, there's an amended date there. So if the due date's going to change, then that would need to be in the amendments to the business plan. But presuming if one has got a low progress rate, but the due date is still going to stay the same, then there's a legitimate explanation. I'm just trying to think whether to build those into the reports is the best way forward.
So what this represents is an at-a-glance printout from the covalent system, and it depends on officers updating covalent appropriately as these projects and as these KPIs move forward. And again, it's a report that was printed as of the 31st of March rather than as of last week. So what we're looking at the 31st of March is the progress on each of these. But I take members' concerns on this. It's certainly a concern for me. It's the first thing I look at is the percentages. Obviously, it gives me a thermometer on how we're progressing. And I think my heads of service obviously watch that as well. And if there is a percentage that's low and there is an issue, then I would hope that that would be flagged up as an amber rather than a green. But this is something obviously would have to be looked at consistently across the council, because it's important that we have consistent reporting systems. And I think it needs a bit more diligence on our behalf as officers to progress and update covalent appropriately, so we get an accurate picture of where we are.
If I can come back in,
yeah, Jim. Yeah,
it would obviously save time in here as well if there were ones that were apparently low, but there was a legitimate reason. It would save officers' time, it would save our time if there were actually explanations within the report that actually gave you a reasonable explanation why the percentage actually looked low.
Alistair?
Thanks very much indeed, sir. You know, the last thing I would, feel it would be appropriate for us today is to try to make policy in the hoof, and that's why when we come to box 2 and the recommendations, Chair, I would perhaps, in fact, I would suggest that we add an additional recommendation to the effect that we'll look at ways of, increasing or enhancing member involvement in this process. You already indicated one potential way of achieving such an objective. If that's acceptable to colleagues, there might be others, as I say, and I think we could, we should look, certainly in my view, Chair, at that possibility if we can deal with it when we come to that section of the report, sir. Thank you.
I think it's a good suggestion, Alistair. I think it's obviously a corporate-wide issue, I think. So I think that maybe when we come to the recommendations, looking at the recommending a report to Policy and Resources Committee around the performance indicators might be the best way forward. It's a valid point. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, can we turn to the recommendations then? Okay, members have obviously reviewed the performance and scrutinised the exception report, and we want to add in the additional recommendation that we recommend that the report goes to Policy and Resources Committee meeting to look at additional member involvement in the scrutiny of performance reports. Is that what you're looking for, Alistair?
Well, yeah, it would be additional elected member involvement, sir, in the preparation of end-of-year assessments of the authority's business plans. And obviously there would be. I wouldn't want to interfere with 2.2 because, as I said earlier, Chair, these plans would obviously still require, or I hope they always would, come to the relevant service committee for scrutiny. But as I say, if we're serious about the concept of a member-led authority, I think that there is a role there, Chair, for elected member involvement in the preparation of the end-of-year assessment. And as I say, I would welcome further consideration being given to possible ways of achieving that objective, if that's acceptable to the meeting, Chair.
Absolutely. And Derek's going to put it in one sentence for us.
Thank you, Chairman. No pressure there. I think in simple terms what we're doing is ensuring that we receive all the feedback from service committees, and in due course we can refresh the guidance with particular emphasis on increasing the ways in which members can be involved in both the review and the shaping of business plans.
It's a long sentence, Chair.
Shorter than yours. Ian, did you want to make a point?
I think that's fine. I think I was in agreement with what Alistair was saying there, because particularly the pressure the members have got to have on them over the next 2 years with budget cuts coming up. I think the more involvement, the easier or the less painful it'll be, and maybe a more progressive council will be as we go forward.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, members, can we move on to item number 9 then, please? Which is the refreshed business plan for 2012-15. Can I ask Alistair if he wishes to add anything to the report?
Thank you, Chair. Just a few short comments. This report now looks forward to the final year of our business plan. The original business plan was approved on the 18th of October 2012 and has been refreshed subsequently, and this is the final refreshing leading up to the last year of that plan. The proposed updates and in particular the targets for 14-15 were considered at a members' seminar on the 11th of June, and the updates presented today reflect the management team's review and members' input following the members' seminar. The report presents the sections of the business plan that are required to be updated in the appendices, and that's Appendix 1, and the full plan as amended is Appendix 2. And following approval by this committee, the business plan with the updates will be available on the website, but it is my intention to ensure a consolidated record of the 12-15 business plan, that we will have a reprint of the final plan for the final year for record. And then 6 monthly reporting will come back on the refreshed business plan in January 2015 reporting on an update. And that obviously will take into consideration any other policy and resources considerations of the way we report through covalent.
Okay, thanks very much. Can I open it up to members now? Okay, Ian and then Patsy.
Just a quick one, just to start things off, then page 150, 27 in that box here. Just in regards to that, I would like to think it was still always looking to achieve the highest level of service, which I know we are. I know that it's embedded within the culture, but it says here that we're no longer trying to achieve the customer service excellent accreditation through development management because of the restructuring. So I just need reassured that as we go forward, we are still striving fully when it comes to that.
Steve will give perspective on that.
Okay, I'll ask Steve to answer that one.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is essentially as a result of the reducing resources that we have in development management as a result of the service review and the savings process last year. 3 case officer level posts were deleted from the establishment. We carried out a review of how much work would be involved in the formal accreditation process for achieving customer service excellence. And it's actually a considerable volume of work. And under the circumstances with reduced staffing level, the priority has always got to be on actually delivering the service to customers. So rather than divert a lot of staff resource into completing that formal process, the view that I've taken operationally is to just put that on hold just now. However, we will continue to develop best practice in terms of customer service, including regularly reviewing and updating our new customer charter that we've put in place for development management, for example. So there's a lot of good practice that was developed by building standards, which we're now transferring across to development management. It doesn't require us to go through the whole formal procedure. And as I say, having done a sense check on whether that is actually a good thing to do, I think we've come to the realisation we can continue to improve the service, but we don't have to devote an awful lot of resource to concluding and completing these formal procedures.
Do you want to come back in here?
Please, yeah, no, thanks for the explanation. I just wonder, I thought maybe we would have touched on, because we have reduced the resources, but there's been a restructuring. So what impact will that have on giving a better service? I thought there would have been a distinct link between the two.
In terms of the restructuring, the impact that will have on improving our service is that, as you know, we've now refocused to have 3 teams in development management, which are much more closely aligned with the new hierarchy of planning applications. So we have a special team dedicated purely to dealing with the householder and minor applications. We have another team dedicated to dealing with all the local applications. And we have a further team that's dedicated to dealing with the major applications. So we think that by doing that, we've actually got processes in place that are a lot more responsive to the different types of process that's involved in each of those 3 different categories of application.
Okay, I've got Alistair, George and Craig.
Thanks very much, Chair. Again, an interesting point, because I have no doubt that the Chief Executive has now been around all political groups or groupings, Chair, and will have made clear what he certainly made clear to our group, and that is, bearing in mind what's coming down the line, the next couple of years or so, there will be whole areas of activity from which the Council, in his view, will have to disengage. So I fear that the point that Ian has raised may very well be a harbinger of things to come. And I would also point out, Chair, that we've already got this at the moment, and I've got a wee bit concerned about it. I can't remember where exactly in the papers or which item it was, but it's the Liam's report that where we set as an authority, Chair, a target of 75%, and in certain areas, I think notably Annandale and Eskdale, for instance, it's the performance is 95%. Well, I would be interested when I can work out what report it was in, just exactly how that came about. But more importantly, it's you know, does the law of diminishing returns apply here? Are we expending a disproportionate amount of resources, as it were, to achieve a higher standard than we have already agreed as a council we would be seeking? Because if that's the case, that's also requires to be addressed likewise.
So, a valid point, yeah, absolutely.
I'm being assured, Chair, it's item 11. I'm grateful to Councillor McClung.
Okay. We'll come back to that then. Okay, George.
Thanks, Chair. Page 191 at the very top, the Food and Drink Commission. I've been asked by one of our members, I'm sure you all know who it will be, to flag up a report by Commission by flag on the future of the fish industry in Dumfries and Galloway, which was asked for in a report in September 13. I just wondered what the progress is in that.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, with regard to that, the future of sea fisheries in Dumfries and Galloway was an independent report commissioned by the Flag in April 2013 and reported back to the Flag for approval in September 2013. The report was funded through Access 5 funding from the European Fisheries Fund and is being used currently to support the development of an integrated local development strategy for the new round of structural funds from Europe with a view to integrate LEADER and the European and Maritime Fisheries Fund for the future. The report is available and finalised. It's on the website, but I can make sure that that's circulated round to elected members.
Got a note of that for Jane, yeah? Okay. Craig.
Thank you, Chair. It's in relation to PS Objective 1 on page 172 to develop and support a thriving, inclusive economy and promote and Dumfries and Galloway as an effective place to live and work, etc. Coming under business and enterprise. Now, I wonder if in that first one, P1 business and enterprise, and it's really in relation to creating the new startup businesses, I wonder if we could possibly put an extra bullet point onto that. And the reason being is that bullet point possibly to lobby Scottish enterprise to commit and fulfil to the projects that they within Dumfries and Galloway. The reasoning behind that is the project, one particular one in Gretna, 6 business units that Scottish Enterprise developed, and then of course we have the big industry park at Annan that Scottish Enterprise are involved with. And I know that these sort of come under the heading of CORES. It's through the programmes developed through the CORES project. But it's because of the startup businesses, and we as a council, we have a duty to promote and encourage startup businesses. And what I've been finding is that Scottish enterprise are far from encouraging new startup business enterprises within these particular units as well that have been developed through public spending. I know of at least 6 startup businesses that have applied to Scottish Enterprise to possibly take use of these premises, but are coming up against a brick wall every time they contact Scottish Enterprise. They're either the wrong type of business due to the planning constraints that are on these units, or, as has happened in this past few weeks, Scottish Enterprise are just not even replying to these startup businesses. So therefore, we are not actively encouraging startup businesses within our region, and I appreciate it is mainly through Scottish Enterprise's actions, but I wondered if we could have an extra bullet point there for lobbying Scottish Enterprise to commit and fulfil to their full potential within Dumfries and Galloway.
Right, yeah, thank you, Chair. I think my preference would be that any measures that we have in our business plan are completely within our control. So we can be accountable to members for the delivery of the performance. I think putting something in that we're relying on a third party could be doomed to failure, quite honestly. And I think that there's another issue here that we have to take up out with the business plan and sit down with Scottish Enterprise and try and get them on board or work closely with them and try and address it that way. From a partnership point of view, we should all be pulling in the same direction, and I'm disappointed to hear what you're saying, very much so, because it's their job as an agency of the Scottish Government to be assisting us in reaching our goals. So I would be reluctant to include it as a measure because it's a third party that we don't have any control over, but can I undertake to take this issue up with them and advise you accordingly what they're saying about it.
We'll come back in that, Craig, yeah.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I appreciate that, Alistair, but even if the bullet point was to lobby Scottish Enterprise rather than have them actually delivering, but if we could have possibly a lobbying action there within the business plan that we would continually progress forward. And to be quite frank, Scottish Enterprise, and unfortunately I couldn't make Corries last week, otherwise I would have told Mr Byers to his face, but I mean they're just treating the businesses within Dumfries and Galloway with contempt. I've had this argument with him on numerous occasions, and there is no movement within Scottish Enterprise in this at all, and I think it's absolutely disgraceful. We have businesses there wanting to set up enterprises within our region that are being withheld because of Scottish Enterprise's lack of commitment and lack of marketing and lack of future thinking on the premises that they are funding through public money.
I think that's a valid point. I'll as chair of the committee, I'll certainly take that forward as well. Obviously, we have discussions with enterprise company on a regular basis, primarily through, I have to say, the South of Scotland Alliance. And to be fair, in recent months, the relationship, I think, has improved with the enterprise company, or Scottish Enterprise rather, around the sort of major projects, Stranraer Waterfront and the Corries project. It's certainly improved, and it looks as if we've actually got the ear, but clearly they've not quite got to the stage of the delivery side of things. So I'll certainly take that forward along with Alistair. I think that's a valid point. Obviously, the Council's got a lobbying strategy as well through policy and resources, and it's maybe an opportunity to look at that next time that's being refreshed. But certainly I'll take that forward because I think that's a valid point, absolutely. Okay, I've got Patsy and then Ian.
Thank you. It's just a bit of clarity. I'm looking at page 161, and it's the commissioning which is delivered by DGFirst, and I'm particularly looking at the burial grounds and interment service. And there's a revenue allocation, and then there's a capital allocation. And would I be right in thinking that the capital allocation, the revenue allocation, is what you charge for a burial, and the capital is a sort of a subsidy towards that? And I'm just looking at the narrative on page 165, which, you know, is highlighting that there is a bit of a problem there. We've got problem with grounds maintenance. We've got to find an increase in income. And I would think we do need a strategy for this, because, as we've seen just recently with regards to the grass cutting in graveyards, you know, it's very emotive. But I do wonder if we shouldn't be just charging what it costs and then actually putting a bit extra for maintenance onto it as a way forward.
If we could just come back, Councillor Gilroy, on the table on page 161. The figures there for the burial grounds and interment service. The revenue figure is really the running costs for the service, for the staff that actually deliver. So it's the grounds maintenance, those that are involved in preparing plots for interment and the management of that process. And that revenue figure will assume that'll be a net figure. So there is an income that comes into the service that keeps that revenue figure that low. So the actual budget, the gross budget is higher, but there's an offset against that with the income that comes in from the burial service that gives us that figure of 724 for the burial service. The capital allocation, the 198,000, is funding through this committee for significant maintenance works related to the burial grounds. So we had a number of sites where we had flooding problems during interments. We would look at funding the installation of drainage to intercept groundwater. So that's a capital element that's controlled by my own staff, but is effectively DGFirst look at to see the improvements that are required to the burial service of a capital nature.
Do we get a full cost recovery plus a bit more from the costs of a burial?
No.
Why not?
The charges for the burial service don't cover the costs of delivering the full service.
That's my point exactly. It should do. And if you're looking, as you say, on page 165 for an increase in income, that would have to be the first port of call to do that, I would suggest. It's just...
I think to be fair, members set the budgets, you know, and I've seen templates along this on several occasions in the past, and members have obviously decided not to go with the full cost as part of the pricing. I think for us at the administration, it's a corporate-wide issue. What we've asked to happen is for a piece of work to be done, assessing the cost of all the services that we currently charge for, and what it actually costs to deliver that service, and actually having that information in front of members. And then we take a decision as members when we set the budget going forward as to which services we decide we want to subsidise, swimming pools, etc., and which services we believe we should have the full income through charges. And that's a decision that members will have to take. So we've certainly asked for that piece of work to be done right across the whole council. And it's a challenge because actually assessing the cost of every individual service that you charge for can be quite challenging because it cuts across various other services. But I think that's a good piece of work that needs to happen. Then members can then take that decision as to what they want to charge the full amount for. And certainly in some areas it will be the case. But we have, to be fair, the reason the charges are set at the moment and the reason that there's an income shortfall there is because that's the charge that members have agreed.
I absolutely understand that. But, you know, if you're going to, the development of a burial and interment service capital investment strategy is a critical project for this business plan. I mean, is that going to be set up? Is it set up now, or are you going to do that in this year? Or, you know, because that would surely come through with that strategy as an option, which I think would be useful for this committee to look at.
I think, as I'd said earlier in relation to the question that one of the other members put, is that we would plan to come back probably in September with our interim views on the development of that burial strategy. It's in the business plan for completion this year and for running through this year and bringing to members for the end of this year. But we wanted to give an idea of options and get a heads up from committee and a steer on how to develop that strategy. And that strategy has to look at some of the hard issues like the costs of interments against the actual cost to deliver the service.
Okay, I've got Ian and then John.
Just to kind of go back to pick up on when Craig was talking about the CORES meeting, we had an update in regards to the two projects that you mentioned on Friday past, and just that there was a clear update. There was certainly points made, but I think there could actually possibly be blame on all sides from all directions. It's where they stop pointing the finger. I think it was something we have to be careful with as we go forward. Absolutely happy. Whoever we lobby, we have got a lobbying strategy in place, so quite difficult to point a finger because a lot of information came out of that meeting. There was no press media there. It was, I think, very relevant, and maybe Craig needs to be updated on that.
Okay. John?
Thanks, Chair. Just on page 200 and page 200 appendix 2, develop an allotment strategy. Just don't know what that means because, as I say, I can remember sitting in P&E 3 or 4 years ago, and we decided to develop an allotment strategy, and nothing seemed to have came for that. Like, so just wondering what actually 31st of March is going to be there, because I say 3 or 4 years ago we actually asked P&E to develop a allotment strategy. And just another one, it's the River Nith Harbour Empowerment Order. I see the start date for that's 1st of April. I think that's been running for about 2008. And it doesn't seem to be moving very far forward. It seems to take 2 steps forward and 1 step back all the time. And as I say, the other way around a bit. But as I say, I'm just wondering where we're getting with that. And as I say, we've got an end date for the 31st of July 2015. Are we confident we'll have that up and running by then? Because as I say, it's taken about 5-6 years to get to the stage where we are now.
Stephen, yeah.
Development allotment strategy, that's just appeared in the, that's a new item entry into the business plan. And it's not, I mean, it's something that maybe has been discussed in the past, but it's not something that featured in the business plan. So it's something that the team will target resources on over the next couple of years to take that forward. In terms of the River Nith Harbour Empowerment Order, no, would be the answer to the question. In terms of confidence of meeting that date, it's a process as those that are on the harbour steering group, the project board, the steering group, know that's very much in the hands of the members of the public that might play a strong role in the development of that harbour authority. The stage that we're at with that is that we have extended an invitation to the Port of Dumfries Development Group to join with the steering group and look at the harbour order and how they might want to influence that and how they can contribute to that process. And I would imagine that is a process that might take a bit of time. So the date that's shown in the business plan there is our current best estimate, but is very much subject to external parties and how they want to proceed, whether they want to be included in the process or whether they want to be obstructive towards the process that we're trying to execute.
You can propose an amended date for the business plan if you like, John. Oh, okay, Alistair.
Thanks, Chair. Page 199, the first box there, it's our property investment programme, derelict property and buildings. And you go to the box on the far right. With all due respect, I feel that's just a wee bit biased. To address the problem of derelict buildings in our communities by identifying key properties at risk in town centres, tracing owners and getting them to make necessary improvements. As I've said, that to me is a bit biased. Don't let's underestimate the difficulties in grasping this particular nettle. And I personally deem it a matter of regret, Chair, that we've articulated this proposal for a number of years now as well, and we've never really done anything about it, in my view. So let's get on and do it, but do it in the full knowledge, Chair, that the phraseology and the rubric there simply isn't going to work. We're going to have to, on occasions, serve the relevant notices. We're going to have to, on occasions, Chair, put our hand in our own pocket with a view to removing blight, which happens all too frequently in our communities across the region.
Thanks very much, Alistair. You don't want to mention any buildings in particular, no? I wasn't giving you that opportunity.
I could give you one, Chair, which isn't in my own ward, but technically it would be a breach, you know, without to do so. Eh? Well, no, I'll leave it at that, Chair. Thanks for your offer, but I'll decline.
I think it's a very valid point. I think bringing forward that derelict property strategy to this committee is something that needs to be a priority, absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Any other members? Okay, can we go to the recommendations? Okay, I mean, are members happy to approve the business plan? Are you happy? Obviously, we had a number of points raised in the seminar. We've had a number of points raised here. Are members happy that the amendments being made to the business plan are the amendments that you want? You're happy to agree that business plan? Yeah. Okay, thanks very much. That's agreed. Brian?
You alluded to, in addressing Councillor Peacock's point earlier, you alluded to P&R, and I agree that it would be more appropriate that any lobbying process be passed on to P&R, possibly in the form of a recommendation here today from this committee, and that it would not have been appropriate, as suggested by Councillor Peacock, to have amended the business plan in that sort of context. I just wonder if you deem it appropriate to put forward a recommendation to P&R to look at those aspects of the activities of Scottish enterprise and how this council might pursue its best interests in those regards.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 2 points there. There's the direct lobbying, which as a committee we are entitled to do because it's a priority through, for example, South of Scotland Alliance, to raise issues with the enterprise company who are members of that. I'm looking at Derek for some wording around the recommendation to P&R. Because obviously we have the lobbying strategy, it sits with P&R. Are we looking to ask for this particular issue to be looked at as part of that lobbying strategy?
I think the decision of the committee today clearly acknowledged the importance of lobbying, and therefore there's no need to amend the business plan. It's already being done on a corporate basis. Clearly, the specific lobbying that's been done relative to this committee could certainly be a report back to a future meeting with no amendment to the business plan required. Likewise, no decision in terms of a recommendation to P&R is required. You've already got a lobbying strategy, and the whole economic regeneration forms part of that lobbying strategy. The specific points you've committed as chairman to take up in your dealings with Scottish enterprise as chair of this committee, but also through the South of Scotland Alliance as well. So I think members are satisfied the points being made and appropriate actions being taken both at a service level and at a corporate level.
Okay, does that satisfy your point, Brian?
Yeah, I'm just concerned around the mention on a number of occasions regarding Chorus. Chorus is not a committee of this council, and I see the risk of some confusion coming in there, and the information that's been shared with Chorus is not necessarily the same information that's been shared with the council corporate. That gives me cause for concern. I recognise and sympathise with Councillor Peacock's view on the activities or otherwise of Scottish enterprise in the interest of the wider region, but not in terms of the submission of any changes to the business plan. But I'm happy if advice from Mr Crichton is that it's not necessary for a recommendation to be made at this point. I'm happy with that.
Ian, do you want to come back in?
Just to pick up, I mean, Councillor Collins making a valid point in regards to how we actually communicate. Chorus being one, the TN groups, regeneration groups being another, but that should be, it is being looked at as far as I'm aware under the review of schemes and delegations. So appropriate point, but as far as I'm aware, it is being looked at and how we actually consult through a regeneration consultation structure actually across the council, and that should be brought to a head as soon as possible.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is being looked at by the subcommittee. Yeah. Okay. Okay, can we turn to item number 10 then, which is the Planning Performance Framework Annual Report. Could I ask Steve if there's anything he wants to add to the report before us?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of brief comments and then happy to take questions. This is our third annual performance report for the planning service submitted as part of the new planning system. The main change, the main difference between this year's report and last year's report is that we now have to have a greater focus on what are referred to as performance markers, which have been developed by the ministerial high-level group on planning performance. So we have to much more explicitly in our submission this year illustrate how we're meeting those performance markers. So there is a new appendix this year to the performance report. I've also attached to the report for background information the actual feedback report that we got from the Minister on last year's submission, which is attached to Appendix 2. Appendix 1 is the draft performance report, and Chair, I'd be happy to take any questions on that.
Okay, thanks very much, Steve. Alistair?
Thanks very much indeed, Chair. It's page 239, sir, paragraph 2.3.3. Reference is made to processing agreements. That's not the only time, of course, that that reference appears in this item. And it would seem, Chair, that the benefits of going down this particular route are obvious, particularly when you look at the situation vis-à-vis DGRI, or the proposed new DGRI. So my question, Chair, is there any way that we can use a compulsor or compulsors, you know, in relation to such as Windfarm developers, to get them to go down the road, or this road, of processing agreements?
Thank you, Chair. The use of processing agreements is something which is very much encouraged by the Scottish Government, and it's something that we're keen to see more widely adopted. It is a voluntary process, unfortunately. We cannot insist that developers enter into processing agreements. I think probably what we could do better as a council is maybe try to proactively promote the benefits of having processing agreements. I have to say that the reluctance on the part of developers to enter into processing agreements is partly because they want to retain their automatic right of appeal once the statutory 4-month period has lapsed. So they regard having a processing agreement as almost removing their ability to do that. We'll have to find a way to, I think, continue to promote them. The benefit to developers is that they get a lot more certainty from the whole process.
Grateful for the response, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any other members' questions? Ian?
Right, Steve, aware of it, we've got to just touch on this. Just in regards to this, is what I'd like you to do, Steve, just to point out in regards to page 256, and it's the defining and measuring a high quality planning service. The second bullet point, the second half to that, is something I picked up through my own constituency casework. And the Scottish Government have pointed this out. It says, you could explain more about how your charter and service standards that are used to encourage, improve points of contact, officer availability, response times, application handling, and how proportionate information requests are encouraged. In particular, the casework that's coming up with me is people try to get a clear understanding. If they come to the council through the planning services, then the involvement, the interaction, the service that they are due to get, and the response times, whether it's this whole new service that we've now got a pre-application, consultation. I forget the actual terminology, but we have a discussion before we actually apply. You've got to apply. There's a timeline attached to that actual pre-application discussion before you can actually submit an application, unless you just do it willy-nilly and just hand it in. I'm getting a lot of casework in regard to that, complaints and concerns. So I just mean that paragraph there picks up on that. Have we got enough resource? It kind of goes back to some of my previous points. Have we got enough resource within that department so it can cope with these type of pressure?
Chair, certainly the issue of communicating with customers is one that's taken very seriously, and that's why we've developed over the last 12 to 18 months these customer charters and guidance notes to accompany those. And what the customer charters do is they set out the target timescales for responding to some of the requests, such as the type that you've mentioned in relation to pre-application discussions. Then what we've done with pre-application discussions is move to a much more formalised process of pre-application inquiries, where a developer or prospective applicant will receive from us a written advice before they ever make a planning application. We give that written advice on the basis of a certain level of information that must be supplied to us, and we endeavour to turn that around within 20 working days. That's the standard that's set out in the customer charter. So if there are situations where we're failing to meet that, then certainly there is the opportunity for the customer to raise a complaint directly with myself. With regard to pre-application discussions, however, I have to say that in the current situation with regard to operating with a lower level of staff resource, we have to prioritise dealing with the submitted applications. And that's made very clear in the guidance notes that we have for the pre-application process, that whilst we endeavour to deal with these requests within 20 working days, we do prioritise submitted applications, because at the end of the day, somebody has paid a fee for those, and there is a clock ticking in terms of measuring the timescale for dealing with those. I think the performance report does set out our approach to customer engagement and to continuing to improve the service that we deliver, albeit within the constraints of the resource that we have. I have to say that in terms of your query about whether we have sufficient resource, I mean, the service review that we carried out last year did indicate that we have sufficient case officer capacity, and in fact that we had scope to increase the workload, the average workload for case officers, and that's what we've done. And at the moment, there's no indication that that's having an adverse effect on performance. And I'm certainly always of the view that the answer to some of these problems is not always to throw more resources or more bodies at it. It's actually to do it better. And I think that with the new structure, we are doing it better.
Okay. Patsy? And Craig?
Just a couple of points. It's on page 246, which is the enforcement activity, which I notice is much better in 2013 14 to what it was in the previous year. But I just wonder what happens to the cases that are not taken up, not resolved. You know, they're not all dealt with as far as this table is concerned. And also, on page 261, it's to do with developer contributions. At item 11 and 15, there's no evidence provided in the report on the Council's approach to developer contributions, and it repeats it twice in both those points. And I just wondered why we don't have a more obvious policy in that department.
Chair, if I could, I'll deal with the second question first, if that's okay. The comment on page 261, this is last year's feedback report from the Minister, and what they did last year was they assessed our submission on the basis of these are the 15 performance markers, okay, that have come from the Minister's high-level group. They assessed our submission last year on the basis of these performance markers, but they didn't tell us beforehand that they were going to do it. So we didn't know that we had to supply this level of information. Our submission this year does address that, and we go into quite a lot of detail about how we've developed our developer contributions policy, and about how we intend to apply it through supplementary guidance, which is currently in draft form and has been out to consultation and will come back to this committee later in the year. In relation to your first query, which was about enforcement activity, there is always going to be, if you like, a rump of cases which don't require formal action, i.e. notices to be served, either breach of condition notices or enforcement notices, that they get resolved in other ways, usually informally by a degree of pressure being applied to the person that's transgressed. Enforcement activity, in some ways, the more notices and reports to the procurator that you have to serve, to some extent, it's an indication that you're failing to persuade and convince people informally. When you get to the point of serving notices and doing reports to the procurator, that can become very resource intensive. So there has to be a focus and a prioritization on those ones which have got the greatest public benefit attached to that.
Okay. Craig.
Thanks, Chair. It was in regard to the performance markers report, but Steve has answered that in relation to the last question. Thank you.
Okay. Any members got any final questions? Okay, can we turn to the recommendations? Are members happy to agree the submission set out in Appendix 1? Yeah, agreed. Okay. Thanks very much. Thanks, Steve. Okay, can we turn to item number 11, which is the performance report on the Plan Environment Services and DGFirst Strategic Commissions for 2013-14. Okay, can I ask Alistair, has got anything you wish to add to the report?
Yes, Chair. I'd like to introduce Charles Clemmy and Nick Jackson, who have joined us from DGFirst to help answer any questions that members may have in the operational detail of the commissions. Steve has some corrections just to mention in the first instance. So we'll hand you over to Stephen. Thank you.
If I could just draw your attention to there's one typo that I'd like to report to you in the report on page 279. Within the Structures Maintenance and Management Service Commission, the trend number 2.3, there's a percentage expressed which compares depreciated replacement cost against gross replacement cost. The figure reads 0.985%. That should in fact be 98.5%. So the decimal point has jumped 2 places, and that's the only correction I have to advise members of.
Okay, can I open up to members? Alistair?
Thanks, Chair. It was the point that I raised earlier, sir. Page 293, You're talking there about street cleansing service, Chair, and about the LIMS cleanliness index. And you'll see the target would appear to be 75%, if I'm reading that correctly. And yet, if you go down to the bottom box, when it talks about internal area LIMS cleanliness index, and it's showing, for instance, that certain parts of Dumfries and Galloway are significantly above that target figure. So I'm intrigued, and I don't mind admitting it, as to how that situation comes about, Chair. So I'd be grateful for an explanation.
Chair, there's a number of inspections carried out over the year to ultimately reach the cleanliness index figure that we have overall. I think there's 4 internal inspections which you're referring to there, plus a number of inspections carried out by Keep Scotland Beautiful, as well as inspections carried out by neighbouring authorities where we reciprocally inspect their areas and they come across the border and inspect ours. In terms of the high number, high percentage, shall we say, in Annandale and Eskdale, it has been noticeably high, and that is currently getting investigated by the local managers just to ascertain the exact reason for that.
Alistair, yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Let me make it abundantly clear that, you know, my being intrigued is nothing to do with the good folk in Annandale and Eskdale getting a better, significantly better service than our target. But I would have thought, Chair, that, you know, we take a decision that our target will be 75%. We work that through into the, you know, the operational requirements and the resources which will be needed, as it were, to implement these operational requirements. So therefore, as I say, I find it difficult to contemplate, you know, how we can finish up in a situation like that. Grateful to Nick for his response. I would be particularly interested in getting the further information once it's to hand, if only, Chair, to satisfy my own curiosity. Thank you.
Sure we can get that provided, Alistair. Ian?
It's only just to add to what Alistair's saying there in regards to one of the parts of information I would like to see how much resources has been spent, kind of how much money has been spent in each area compared to whether it's per head of population, how we work that out. It just, because the leisure and sport often comes to mind across the region, and I'm just looking at this and you wonder what the comparatives are. What, is it a better working culture? So we're performing better, or is it because we're spending more money? It's not, we've come across this argument many times.
I'm sure we can look at that, see if those figures are available, Ian. Okay. Any other members with questions? Jim?
I'll go a bit further than my Wigtonshire colleague. You look at various things that are disaggregated into the different areas, and I'm afraid to say that Wigtonshire actually either comes lowest or second lowest in just about every one of them. Have we an explanation for that? And on particular on page 281, the number of lights replaced as part of the Spend to Save programme as a percentage of the total number of lights. Why is there such a big difference between one area and all the other areas?
Stephen?
Yes, we've looked at that figure in terms of the percentage. This is page 281, for anybody else who wants to read the table for the Lighting Maintenance Management Service Commission. 2 KPIs at the top: percentage of road lighting repairs completed within 7 days and those within 10 days, targets of 90% and 95% respectively, and all the areas except Wigton exceed this target. When we look at it, the figures on an area basis, the issue there is one of, when asked why the response time was lower in Wigton for last year, I understand that it was down to significant periods of absence by one of the lighting, the electrical lighting technicians that have impacted on that performance indicator, and that kind of staffing issue has been resolved.
If I can just come back on that, there are other pages where you look through them. Page 278, for instance, the key performance indicators on road structures, bridge stock condition indicator. Of the 4 that have been disaggregated there, Wigtonshire comes lowest in the first one and second lowest on the other one.
In terms of the bridge stock condition indicator, average and critical, again, that's a measure, a kind of national measure of the for the average figure for the whole of the structure, and for the critical figure for the kind of key elements in the structure, the likes of the deck, the kind of structural elements in particular. And the targets that are set there have been, I think they've probably held those for a number of years in terms of targets, and overall the performance is greater than the target in each of the areas. But as the councillor points out, that there is a lower value for the bridge stock condition indicators in the Wigton area, and it still is above the target, but I think that just as a nature, it reflects the condition of the asset group, of the bridge asset group across the region, that there is globally a better figure in terms of condition in A&E than there is in Wigton. Doesn't necessarily drive the investment profile. What we tend to do is we look at the bridges that are needing intervention at any one time. All of the areas are above the target, as I've said, but particular bridges, if the need for investment, they would come forward within the programme.
I'm assuming the figure on street lighting, the 28% replacements, is to do with the Dark Skies Park area, is that? I think somebody raised that. Did somebody raise that point? 281 was that? Was it yourself, Jim, that raised that?
Yeah, that's on page 284.
281 around the percentage figures of the replacements spent to save programme. I think Stuart's is on 28.7%.
Yeah, Stuart was on 28.7, and the others are 6.7, 5.9 and 7.23.
Just assuming that's around the Dark Skies.
It is related both to the Dark Skies, Chair, but it also, in terms of the priorities for those areas that are getting the conversion on the street lighting quicker, what we've targeted is those areas that are furthest from the resource to do the maintenance works. Because as we install the LED lighting and the dimmable lighting, there's a benefit, significant benefit in terms of the return time for maintenance is significantly reduced for the new units. Therefore, those units that are more rural or more remote from where we have resource to do maintenance have been targeted as well, as you say, the Dark Skies area.
I would suggest that there's areas in Wigtonshire that are just as rural as those in Stuart, right?
So Dark Skies Park, that's the key. Alistair?
With your leave, sir, can I go back to the point that was raised earlier, and it's in relation to percentage of road lighting repairs completed within 7 days. I was actually aware of the issue of staff illness in relation to Wigtonshire and DGFirst. But the point I would make is that, when do we deem it appropriate, in circumstances to intervene? Because, that particular performance indicator can have such as community safety implications, Chair. I appreciate it's a sensitive issue, but I'm looking at it from a managerial or a management perspective, that, as I say, I think there are times when we really would have to pursue some form of interventionist strategy to address the situation. I'd be grateful for any response that you feel would be appropriate.
Okay. Charles, do you want to?
Yeah, Chair, I would just suggest that I'll take the comments on board and take them back to our management team and make sure that we'd make that adjustment at an earlier time during a staff illness.
Chair, that would be very helpful indeed. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Craig?
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points. On page 274, in relation to the number of carriageway defects repaired on a first-time permanent basis, we have it sitting there as 99%. Well, I'm not quite sure that would be the true figure when you talk to a lot of the constituents within the areas, and I'm sure that goes for the whole region, because we are still finding that these repairs are not always being carried out on a first-time permanent basis, and we're reporting them where we are. I have spoke to Charles about this in the past, and can understand that there's maybe it's more down to some of the staff not actually carrying out the works as they are supposed to do within the policy. So I'm interested to know if that is a definite figure on that case. But my other point would be to page 285 in relation to the number of third-party insurance claims. We're sitting at the one settled being 7, repudiated is 10, but there's 255 claims received. Now, within that figure there, and we have a figure of the actual cost of the claims settled, but that's obviously for 7 claims that have been settled, I presume. So we have to very carefully consider this in the future, because if there are still 250 odd claims that are out there and going through the process, then there could be a dramatic cost to this council depending on the outcome of those claims. So I'd like some sort of more information on that, actually, if that's possible.
Yes, Chair, I'm going to answer the questions. The insurance claim, if I take the insurance claim situation first, that's a snapshot at a particular time for that year. As the numbers suggest, and the outstanding numbers suggest, those can carry on for quite some time once they're repudiated. And it's not common for someone who's made an insurance claim just to say, yes, I accept the findings. So they remain open as while the challenge period goes on. But from our experience, we look back through the years, there's not been any considerable increase from that particular aspect relative to outstanding claims that may then turn into claims that are actually required to be settled. The first question about first-time permanent and first-time permanent repairs. It's a very difficult situation. Obviously, I have, with the new management arrangements I've got in place, which members are aware of, I've actually been quite insistent about the first-time permanent repair. I don't think someone's going to, a member of the workforce isn't going to hold their hand up and say, by the way, I just chucked some tar in there, but certainly it'd take a very dim view if we catch them doing that sort of thing. We've got to provide the statistics to members on the figures that are available, and those are the figures that are available. There are some circumstances where a temporary repair will be carried out, particularly where it's a Cat 1 repair, and it's done as an emergency. But in that situation, for all that it's a temporary repair, it is still on the books as the category below that for permanent repair at a later date. Other situations where we're going to surface a road and there's works imminent, we would carry out temporary repairs in those circumstances. I would suggest that not until I get a full mobile working capability will I be able to record that particular performance indicator 100%. But that's the figure as it is at the moment.
So the 1% is in your ward, Craig, I suspect. Maybe. Okay, any other members? No? Okay, can we turn to the recommendations then? Members happy that you've reviewed the performance report? Okay. Okay, folks, I'm conscious that time's getting on and we're just after 1 o'clock. I'm very much in your hands whether you wish to continue through the agenda or break for lunch at this point. Ian?
I'm happy we go on to 1:30, but I would like, just when if we do take item 12, I'd quite like to hear, rather just ask questions, a slight oversight of what's actually happened, the background information on it, if we do go forward.
Okay. Lunch? Yeah, okay. Lunch it is, Ian, as soon as you want. You've nailed that one there by asking for a report back. Okay, we'll break for lunch and we'll report back here at 1:30. Okay, part 2 of the Economy, Environment and Infrastructure Committee. We're now on to item number 12, which is an update on the Windfarm Community Benefit Policy. Could I ask Alistair if there's anything he wants to add to the report?
There's nothing further to add to the report at this stage, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Ian? Finish your sandwich first and move in.
Thanks, Chairman. I just wondered if you could indulge in, we've got a slight overview or summary, executive summary for the officers, just to say where we are now. Just it'd be good to get an understanding. Read the report. I think I've got quite a good understanding, but I think it'd be good for the whole committee if that's okay, Chairman.
Okay, can I ask Chris if he wants to do that, or McNabb, do you want to?
Good afternoon, hello. Yes, just an overview of where we are. Obviously, the policy is in place, so I'm pushing it as the approved council policy as it's been adopted by the committee. We have one wind farm that has signed up to the policy with the money due to come in 2015. I think about £100,000 a year will come into the pot on that. In planning at the moment, there are a couple of other, there's about, I think, 20 or so wind farms in planning at the moment, and there's a couple of other that are signed up to the policy at the moment, or in the communities and the developer are implying that they're looking to support the policy. Apart from that, there hasn't, the remaining developments haven't proceeded in line with the policy. That's where we are at the moment.
Okay, George.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick question. If somebody could give us a wee bit of background into the idea of going out to consultation again. I mean, it seems to me that over the past 3 or 4 years, we've consulted and consulted and consulted, and the members of the community councils have told us on repeated occasions exactly what they think, and we've been told by individuals, we've been told by organisations. I'm just wondering, why are we going out to consult again? Because we'll be told exactly the same, well, in my opinion, we'll be told exactly the same thing as we've been told over the past number of years.
Christian.
Thank you, Chair. Realistically, we're seeking to go out and update all of the community councils as well in terms of the 2 specific changes that have impacted on our current policy, which we outlined here and we referred to at the last committee, which is the Scottish Government's Good Practice Guide, and also then that was supported by the National Planning Framework 3 and the Scottish Planning Policy, which when it first went out in draft consultation was actually referencing the potential that we could still use a Section 75. That has actually now been overturned when the actual policy has been published, and the SPP now is advising that where the proposal is acceptable, that the Scottish Government Good Practice principles for community benefits are actually in place. So it was really to advise on that, and also then to update the policy and get views back from the community councils.
George, do you want to?
Yeah, just come back for a second. I think the majority of community councils have recognised over the past number of years, and a number of members as well, that the Section 75 was really a non-starter. And the Scottish Government have maybe actually sort of clarified the position now, which makes life easier. I still do, I'm just a wee bit concerned that it could be a big waste of time going out to consult, because they know exactly what's going on out there.
Okay. Jim, and then Ian, and then Alistair.
Just to clarify a point, to see if my understanding's right, I asked the question at the first meeting where we were discussing the policy, if the Section 75 was legally enforceable. I was told that it was. I believe it was Councillor Dempster who then questioned whether it was or not, and eventually got the reply that it was not legally enforceable. Therefore, the good practice guidelines in the Scottish planning policy haven't really changed. Whether our policy is enforceable or not, it was not legally enforceable before the good practice guidelines in the Scottish planning policy come out.
Want to clarify that, Stephen?
Chair, if I can attempt to provide some clarity, I know this is a complicated issue. The use of Section 75 agreements to secure community benefit contributions from development was, under the previous system, something which was completely legal and enforceable. However, what's changed is that the Scottish Government have introduced these new guidelines basically saying that we can no longer seek to require developers to make community benefit contributions, they have to be voluntary. So the previous policy that we had was attempting to require developers to enter into agreements with us in line with our policy. What we're now saying is that because of this change, that's no longer a sustainable position. So we're going to have to review the policy approach to this.
Just to come back on that, there was the guidelines, etc., have changed the goalposts, and as far as our policy is concerned, it hasn't changed the goalposts in the fact that the Scottish Government guidelines and the SPP are saying that the community benefit has to be paid, but it's centred on the communities. The only difference it makes is to our policy. It doesn't make any difference at all to the actual community benefit.
Well, Chair, my understanding of the guidelines and the new advice in Scottish planning policy is that these community benefit payments are entirely voluntary as far as the developers are concerned. In other words, we cannot, through our policies, require developers to make community benefit contributions. The government is trying to encourage and promote the making of such payments by developers, but they are not compulsory, and we cannot, through our policy, require them. And I think that's the fundamental change that's happened, and that's why we're having to revisit our approach to this.
Ian?
Thanks, Chairman. I suppose my understanding, just going back to that point initially, but my understanding was that a permission could have been granted, but subject to a Section 75 legal agreement. Now, if it was never agreed to, the permission, the actual piece of paper would never have been sent out to the developer, therefore it couldn't actually been built out. And that was my understanding, that was the confusion point that was going on at the time. We spoke of that many times. I know every group splits on this, kind of internally as well, but I actually think this is the right thing, the right way forward, what's coming forward at the moment. Going back to what George said earlier, going back out to consultation. We did a consultation last time, came back with clear recommendations. The council completely ignored the recommendations. So when it comes back to here, we can go out and consult. But the important thing is, what the communities have got to say is we'll have to take on board. We have to recognise what they're saying. One instance is the 60-40 split. Then the councillors argued it should be 50-50, and it could even went deeper, which was the public perception. It was another version of indirect tax. Again, the closest, I personally believe that the benefits should be to as close to the actual impact as possible. The local community should benefit the most by a long way, rather than it being spread out. But we have a policy that's in place, and some have actually signed up to it. We've got over £100,000. So my real question is that I'm happy with the recommendations as they are. We do go to consultation, and I'll state at the time when it does come back with a report, we must listen to the consultation, what does come back. But we have 100,000 in place, potentially more, might sign up to our region-wide socio-economic fund or our policy. How will that go forward? Does that just go forward as business as usual, or will there be implications on that policy that we've made at the moment? That's where I'm kind of struggling a wee bit with this.
Ultimately, it'll be a voluntary scheme effectively now, that's the point. Some of us might argue that's not the best way forward, but that's clearly what the guidance is now saying. I've got Alistair next and then Jim.
Thanks very much, Chair. As far as I'm concerned, sir, the big issue here is what status, the legal status, if indeed any, the Scottish Government's publication good practice principles document has. It's interesting, 2.2 of the recommendation says, agree to officers undertaking a review of the Council's Windfarm community benefit policy, taking cognizance of the Scottish Government's document. Well, what would we be taking cognizance of, Chair? Mince? You know, at the end of the day, you know, the first thing that's got to be determined is, you know, what legal standing, if any, that document has. Because, you know, the Scottish Government or any other politician can pontificate to the cows come home about, you know, this, that and the next thing. And the blunt fact of the matter is that, you know, unless the judiciary come to the conclusion, you know, that it is legal and enforceable, you know, you're going nowhere. And no, for the first time, I have indicated that my view was it was a matter of great regret that we never got this issue clarified, either by some form of challenge, when there would have been a judicial determination of it, or alternatively by trying to join with other authorities and taking forward what I understand is a competent legal action. It's an action of declarator, where you actually petition the court to give you their determination, their advice as to whether or not the proposed course of action in question is legal. And it seems to me that we still haven't got that clarified, that basic fundamental issue. Is this legally binding or is it advisory? And if it's merely advisory, what weight, if indeed any, do we have to give to it? And that, even at this late stage, Chair, is the issue that I would like to see addressed and clarified. Because if we don't do that, we're finishing up, continuing to grope about in the dark with all that implies. And through you, sir, if Steve Rogers can give us any further, clarification as to where exactly we are with that, that would be very, very helpful from a personal perspective. You, Steve?
I'll try. I'm glad I stayed on for this item. The main difference now is that, yes, the guidelines from the Scottish Government, good practice principles, are guidance. However, what's happened now is that they have enshrined them into the new Scottish planning policy. So they are now actually referred to explicitly in SPP. So they have now some significant degree of weight attached to them. Within SPP, then what Scottish ministers now say in SPP is where a proposal is acceptable in land use terms and consent is being granted, local authorities may wish to engage in negotiations to secure community benefit in line with the Scottish Government good practice principles for community benefits from onshore renewable energy developments. That's what it actually now says in SPP. So SPP, as you know, carries considerable weight for local authorities in making all sorts of decisions.
That's helpful, Chair, insofar as it goes, but at the end of the day, there's no guarantee that the judiciary would be of a similar mind to the comments that Steve has just made. And that, to me, is the ultimate acid test in relation to this. Until such time as it's judicially determined as to what status or standing this has, there will always be a significant area of doubt and dubiety. I'll leave it at that.
I'll start. Okay, Jim.
Thanks, Chair. I would want to take issue with Steve just briefly because I think that it was always a voluntary contribution. I think where the confusion is once they volunteered and signed a Section 75, it was then an agreement and it was legally enforceable. However, I'm no fussed about that. We've gone through all that process. What I would say is, to save a bun fight, why don't all the officers go away, undertake a review, bring back their recommendation? We might all agree to it. It's hardly likely. But we might all agree to it. At least we would know then what officers were proposing and how the way forward might be outlined, because we are just debating something that we don't have any item to debate because the recommendations aren't here yet. So I would suggest that the simplest thing to do is let's hear what officers have to say, and it might be you'll have another day or a couple of days in this forum trying to unravel how best to deal with it.
A couple of days, you're optimistic. I mean, I want to remind members that this report is merely to allow officers to go away and update the policy based on the additional guidance and change it. It's not to debate the policy and change the policy. I've got Ian, Alistair and then Patsy.
I'll just be very brief because I do agree with recommendations what Jim's saying there in regard to taking it forward. But just on the guidance, our next item will come under planning guidance. And I looked upon this in the same way as guidance. We have supplementary planning guidance across from housing in the countryside through to Stranraer waterfront. And that's attached directly. It will be referred to at some point through the local development plan. It's referred to this guidance being referred to through the SPP. So I would have thought that it had a considerable amount of weight and we need to take that in consideration as we go forward. That's the only comment. Other than that, I absolutely agree with what Jim's saying. Let's move forward.
Alistair?
Thanks, Colin. Chair, sorry. I would basically be of the same mind, subject to the proviso that the start of the process involves getting clarity by way of such as a memorial or an opinion rather from senior counsel specialising in this field of the law as to just exactly where we are and what the options are available to us. Because I think, you know, I accept, Chair, that ultimately will be an expression of opinion, but it will be an expression of opinion by someone who will at least know what he or she is talking about, which would not necessarily be the case in the back of some of the stuff we've got from the political perspective here. I'll leave it at that.
Patsy?
Thank you. Just the way I look at it, we've got a present policy that's not enforceable. The payments are voluntary. We've got a suggestion here that at 2.2 that officers undertake a review of the Council's Windfarm Community Benefit Policy, which I don't have a problem with, but at 1.3 it says including a consultation across the region, which I think is probably not what the community councils and the groups that deal with wind farm applications in their areas really need or want at the moment. Because, and I don't think, with all due respect, that officers can go out across the region because they haven't really got a policy to offer. And I think, so what I would kind of think, did we not have a wind farm community benefit subcommittee or something? And would it not be useful to reconvene that along with officers and get them to come forward with the way the council wants to go forward with regards perhaps the split of the money and all the rest of it, and also what support, because some of these communities are going to get huge voluntary payments, hopefully, and I think they need help in order to deal with it. I think they probably think they can go and spend it all, but actually over the 25 years, if you're getting hundreds of thousands of pounds, it's a big ask of any community to deal with that in a proper way. And there will be presumably default things. I think we had McNabb and Chris along yesterday, and you know, they might be asked to repay the money if they're not using it, for instance. So we've got to help them with that. And I think once we've done all that, I think then is the time to go out and consult and say what we would propose to do to help them. Because I think to go out now would be a waste of time, and I think you're setting it up to fail as a process. And I just wonder about the subcommittee, because I think sometimes that they're quite good. They're usually about 7 or 8 people. No, you disagree with me, Chairman? Surely not. I'm sure you're on it.
I'm not on it.
Yeah, oh, you're not on it. You might be now. So that would be my proposal. And because what I see in 2.2 is absolutely fine, but what I don't like is what is in 1.3, which is including a consultation across the region, because I don't think that is appropriate at this time.
I think in terms of the subcommittee, they had a specific remit that's obviously within the delegation that we've agreed, and it was about the distribution of the funds as opposed to the policy. The policy itself rests with this committee. So what I think we need to do is agree the policy based on the update to the policy because of the changes in the good practice principles, SPF, etc. I think this committee needs to agree the policy. But I do have a lot of sympathy with what you're saying around the discussions with communities. You know, what Pat's saying obviously is that we agree the policy because we're asking you effectively to update the policy based on the change criteria that's come forward, and then we take that policy out to communities and explain that policy. Is that really what you're saying, as opposed to we go and ask them about the policy, but actually the reality is what we're saying is that the policy is going to change because of the different criteria. So effectively update the policy, bring it back for agreement to this committee, and then we pass that information up to communities. Is that a reason? I mean, unless there's a particular reason why you feel that we should be going out to communities at this stage, is there a necessity for information coming from communities? Is that what they're asking? Or?
I think, Chair, we're happy to go with whichever way the committee chooses to make the recommendation. I think where we were coming from as officers is that at some point we should go to the communities and do consultation, because I think it's important that we take on board their views. But if the committee takes the view that they want us as officers to go away and update the current policy, bring it back to this committee and then go out for consultation, if that's the view that the committee takes, then we would be happy to do it that way.
That's Jim, yeah. Sorry, I'll come back to you.
That wasn't it, thanks. So that wasn't what you said, though. You said we'll set a policy and go and explain to communities what the policy is. And I don't think that's maybe a constructive. I think maybe we need to...
We have a policy at the moment.
Yeah, I know.
And we're updating the policy based on the additional guidance that we've got.
And then
That's
go
our
and see
position
what
as a
communities
council.
have to say about the current policy, whether they're willing to adopt it or no enough. Because unless you discuss them, there's no point other than sending out a memo saying this is where we are now. Chris is talking about consultation. You're talking about advising communities on the decision of the committee to adopt a new policy, and there's a vast difference between the two.
Well, we have a policy at the moment. What we're being asked to do today is to undertake a review of that policy based on the additional guidance we've got, not based on a consultation that's never taken place and never been agreed, based on additional guidance we've got. What we then decide to do with that policy afterwards, then is entirely up to members of this committee. But frankly, we haven't. We have to update the policy based on additional information we've got. We have a policy at the moment. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get to that stage, but we have a policy at the moment, and we have to effectively update it based on additional information we've got, and then members can decide what they want to do with it once it's been updated. I think that's probably the way forward. Sorry, I've got Craig. I think what you were wanting, and then
yes, Chair. Thank
Jim.
you. Yeah, it's just a concern I'm sure we all have as well, and I think we need to look into this and get this sorted as quickly as possible. I mean, we've had that policy set for 3 years now. McNabb has said that since then we've had one new wind farm company sign up to that within the 3 years that we've had this policy in place. I mean, I appreciate companies in the past, what was existing carries on as it was, but 3 years and one new developer has signed up to this. The opportunities that this council is losing in developer contributions over that 3 years and the foreseeable future, because nothing is set as yet. We're coming back again. We're talking about consultation going out and out again. We're losing the opportunity for bringing in those developer contributions for the communities. I mean, for the rest of the applicants that have been granted permission within that 3 years, I know that some of them may have negotiated directly with host communities, and some of them may just have backed out of it altogether because it's not enforceable. So we really need to move very, very quickly on this, and whichever way we decide to go, we need to get that focus and get it the focus clear for everybody involved, because the communities are as confused as we are, I think, in many aspects. So whichever way we decide, we must move it very, very quickly and get something in place, and hopefully everybody can benefit from the outcome of that.
So spot on, yeah. Jim?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I hear what Councillor Peacock's saying about losing developer contributions to the socio-economic fund that covers the region. I can guarantee, I can tell you just exactly what most community councils in my area are going to say to that. The developer contributions are to go to the community, not the council, not to the centre. At a push, you'll get them to agree to, in my area, they would agree to any spreading of the contributions to a wider area than the affected communities would be Wigtonshire, but you'll not get them to agree for it to come towards Dumfries, I can tell you that. And you've got we're going to review our policy and come up with a new policy. What happens if the community councils don't like the policy that we come up with the next time? Because they certainly don't like the policy we come up with the last time. Rightly or wrongly, the community councils see it as a money grab to the centre, and once the money gets to the centre, it's never going to get back out. So you've got the like of poor wee areas in Wigtonshire who are going to be really affected by this, will lose the money. They'll only have half the money that they should have had, and they'll struggle to get any money from the socio-economic fund.
Why would they struggle to get funding from the socio-economic fund? I think if we go out and explain to communities actually what the policy is, as opposed to a sort of feed that misrepresentation that's out there at the moment, then it would be a lot more helpful. I mean, what is it to stop a community benefiting from the economies of scale that come from a socio-economic fund in terms of job creation, etc., where in particular a community doesn't have the capacity to maybe deal with that economy of scale? What sort of stop us having a policy that actually delivers for those communities most affected, but through a socio-economic fund where you have the economies of scale and the experience to deliver, where frankly, in some cases, communities can't do that.
I'll answer that question. It was on one of the proposals that came before the subcommittee. Was the pure and simple fact was the communities that were affected, that had already got their 50%, weren't going to be considered, or were going to be the last to be considered. That was one of the proposals that was brought forward at the last subcommittee, which I'm quite sure myself objected to, and at least one or two other members of the subcommittee objected to. And to reply to Councillor Geddes, if we're going to go and get a legal opinion, and I think people will be quite well aware of what my views of legal opinion are, that's all they are, they're an opinion. They have very little standing in law. When it gets right down to it, it would be a court case that would decide it. If we're going to go to the expense of actually seeing whether Scottish planning policy and the good practice guidelines are, maybe we actually want to ask them the same question of the legality of our policy as it stands, or whatever the new policy is going to be.
Today is to update the policy based on these additional pieces of information that have come. But ultimately, the decision that appears now will rest with the companies themselves, not the communities. And that's maybe the problem. George?
Very quickly, maybe a bit of clarification from Steve. My understanding that Aberdeenshire actually challenged the original idea in court and actually won the case, and this is part of the reason why we've got this new idea.
Ian, and then back to Alistair.
Chairman, I just think it's absurd that we almost impose a new policy on the community councils of the communities in our region without say, listen, if we come back and change it and get, this is what's happening, then I think we should consult with them. Even if it's if we got to use that method, then let's agree to come back. We come back with a draft new policy, and the draft comes out for consultation, and then it comes back for whatever the consultation could then influence the final outcome of the policy. But to no include the community councils, because the biggest sticking point for them was the 60-40, possibly 70-30 split. Other than that, any community councils I spoke to in my area were signed up for it. So I mean, if we could get what they were thinking, and if it reflects roughly what they were saying last time, then that'd probably be okay to sign up to in regards to this region-wide socio-economic funding and the policy that we've got. But as it stands, there's no way I could sign up to that because it does not reflect what the local communities were voting at the time. So I think if we were going to date that, or what I would say is backhanded way, is we agree a draft, it comes back, we agree a draft, and that goes out for consultation, or we consult with the community councils, then that consultation would then inform the policy as we comes forward to the committee to be agreed at that point.
Problem is that the reality is we have a policy. We've been given additional information. It means that we have to update that policy. And what members then choose to do with that updated policy is entirely up to members of this committee. But until we have to update the policy based on the additional information that we've been given, and then members can decide if they want to tear the policy up, start again, it's entirely up to them. Go out to consultation with that policy, it's up to them. But what officers are raising with us is the fact that as a result of the good practice principles, changes in planning policy, we have to update our policy. Now, that's the first stage, and members can then take a decision at that point what they want to do with that policy, implement it or otherwise. Alistair?
As far as I'm concerned, sir, your comments are spot on. I would ask that you include in that process, though, Chair, you know, the best we can do at this moment in time is to get informed opinion from preferably senior counsel who specialises in this area of the law. And I would want to see as part of that, Chair, that we know exactly the standing, not only of the Scottish Government's purported paper, advice or document, but also the standing, Councillor McClung makes reference to the standing of our policy. Yes, I think, you know, we should take the opportunity to have it proofed, for want of a better term, to the best degree possible or to the best extent possible as part of that process. And if in fact, you know, we can do that, and as you say, we come back, as it were, having reviewed it, we thereupon decide as a committee, or indeed the council as a whole if necessary, Chair, just exactly what we're going to adopt and what we're going to do with it thereafter. But my understanding, and I might be wrong, Chair, is that I don't think we've ever gone through the process of taking the likes of senior council's opinion on what, you know, we're doing or have done, or whether or not it's legal. And that, to me, is always a good starting off point. And I think that if, provided that's incorporated into what we're proposing to do and what you've said, I have no problems with that.
Thank you, Chairman. I think if we focus on what I think we've got consensus on first, and members' hands on that basis, I think what we've got consensus on is that, in essence, recommendation 2.3 is replaced with words along the lines of agree to receive a report outlining the updated policy, including options for the next steps in finalising the policy. Happy with that? Good. On that basis, the decision, therefore, of the committee is whether or not you wish to seek council opinion relative to the Scottish Government's Good Practice Principles document. Clearly, one of the sticking points in that is the financial costs that could be incurred with that and whether provision exists for that. And I'm very much in members' hands to have a discussion around that issue before we reach a position.
Well, I would put it to you, sir, that given the overall extent, I know that we live in financially challenging times, but given the totality of the council's budget, I am sure that we can, if there's a political with a small p will, to get that information, and with the greatest of deference to Derek, it wouldn't only be involving our legal proofing the Scottish Government's document, but our existing policy and any proposed amendments which are indicated, as Councillor McClung said. I have no problems with that. At the end of the day, I'm sure we can find money from somewhere to allow us to do that, Chair. Quite frankly, can we afford not to find the money?
Well, we can afford not to find the money by the fact it's not in the budget, but I mean, I have no idea what it costs. I've never ever done it before, so I'm very reluctant to take a motion that says we should spend X amount of money, but we're not sure what it was. I mean, I'd much rather have the comfort of being reported back to this committee how much it would cost to take that particular advice before we actually make a commitment to do that, because obviously we'll then have to determine where that money is going to come from within the budget. Jim, and then Ian.
Perhaps the source would be the 50% that you're taking off the one that's already signed up, that he signed up because of what we said at the Planning Applications Committee, because I was there when the decision was made.
I was going out for the criteria that we agreed to. But in regards to him, I think Alistair's absolutely right when it comes to seeking council advice. I think we should seek it. I'm happy to agree to that in principle, and that should actually inform the reports that come back. So again, it's difficulty waiting until we make that decision later on, because that could have real implications on the actual policies that comes forward, the new policy. The only thing I would absolutely insist on, it's in writing. There's 2 reports recently where we've had council advice and it's been over a phone call, which I think is totally unacceptable. We need to see it in writing. It has to be done properly. And a phone call, council advice over the phone isn't appropriate or acceptable. And I agree entirely support Alistair when it says, let's get council advice, and that should inform the reports coming forward.
Okay, so effectively stage 1 is to get information back on the cost of seeking advice, and stage 2 is then, based on that advice, updating our policy to bring it back to members with the options available. Okay, Jim.
Thanks. There was a notion, and I'll say no more than a notion, that we were flying a kite with the last policy. Otherwise, Windfarm companies were signed up to it and they've been paying. What we should do now is establish a new policy, consult with communities, consult with this committee, and if the committee signs up to the policy and the communities do, and the Windfarm companies do, there's absolutely no need to consult with a legal expert, because everybody's happy. It's only if we create something whereby there are still unrest that we need to seek professional guidance. So at this stage, I would say that's not necessary. Just let's get the policy on the table and let's debate it and see where we go from there. Or the new policy, Chair.
And if everybody's not 100% happy, which is a distinct possibility, I think, Jim, then where do we go? Ronnie, do you want to come in?
No, I was basically going to say the same as Jim there, but it all depends what senior council advice and how much it costs. But if you get senior council advice, another senior council might disagree with that. So where do you stop? I think we've got to have the policy, we've got to test it between us and the committee, and then see where we go from there. And if we then need to seek, if there is a big gap between us and the public as well, then we do need to seek further advice on that. But as you know, just going back to what was said earlier, where a proposal on land use terms and consent is granted, local authorities may wish to engage in negotiations. That's open to interpretation by every man and their dog. You know, we can either may wish to or may not wish to. We may wish to go our own way, we may wish to do it through a legal process or whatever it might be. So I think there is if we get the new policy in place there and then test it in here between members first.
Okay. Any other members? Patsy?
So are we taking out the bit at 1.3 which says including a consultation across the region? Because, yeah, because 2.2, I think we're agreeing 2.2, but by agreeing 2.2, we're also agreeing 1.3 if you see what the way it's reads.
Effectively taking that out. So we're agreeing to 2.2, but without 1.3 included. The options will come back to this committee if we then wish to go out to consultation on that. But the question is, do you wish to simply ask officers to undertake the review, bring it back here, or do you wish to have a stage before that that says we should seek a report on the cost of legal advice before we actually get that report back here? Rather conscious the clock's probably ticking in this particular policy.
Thanks, Chair. I would have thought if your in-house lawyers or any good, and I don't mean to be disrespectful saying that, they'll be able to give you a pretty reasonable ballpark figure as to just exactly the amount of money that you're talking about in relation to getting such an opinion. And standing that time is of the essence, I would ask Mr. Crichton through you, would it be competent, for us to give you, as chair of this committee, a remit in conjunction with the officials concerned to get that information, as it were, and proceed as accords on the back of it. Because quite frankly, Chair, as far as I'm concerned, and you'll be relieved to hear I'm not going to rehearse what I've already said, but unless you know just exactly that what you're proposing is going to be legal, you can forget it. There's no point in going through the process, bringing it back here, and then purportedly going out to discuss it with people if somebody says at the end of the day what you're proposing is not legally viable.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you, unfortunately, wouldn't be in a position to give an indicative figure today quite clearly, and nor would it be competent to delegate that matter to myself. Clearly, the committee needs to make the decision today on the basis of either proceeding to receive a report with the costs associated with this course of action, or indeed that at this stage you do not wish to take the course of action of seeking council opinion.
Okay, Alistair?
Well, I would move so that we do.
Okay, do you want to put that in a form of a motion then?
That this committee seeks, as a matter of urgency, information on the costs and timescales likely to be involved in seeking an opinion from senior counsel on the status of the Scottish Government's Good Practice Principles document, and in addition, that the person appointed or engaged with, for want of a better term, is also asked to carry out a legal proofing of the Council's proposals at the appropriate future time, having, once we've given further consideration to these.
Okay, and in relation to the updating of the policy and the way forward?
Yes, indeed, in relation to the updating of the policy and the way forward. Thank you.
So in terms of the timeline, are you looking for the report on that to come here first on the costings, or just simply to go ahead with that?
I would take the view, sir, time is of the essence, and I hear what you've said earlier about, taking decisions, on the basis of imprecise information. It occurs to me, Chair, we have a Policy and Resources Committee coming up a week on Friday. Is there no possibility, sir, of taking a report to that as an extra item of business? Surely, this is only Tuesday, surely we can get sufficient information in the likes of a week and a half, as it were, as to the figures that we're talking about, and deal with it as a matter of the utmost urgency, as indeed, in my view, is, Chair.
I can't speak for other committees, but points made. Jim?
Just a point of clarification, we'll not only be if that was to be accepted, it wouldn't only be the good practice guidelines, it would be Scottish planning policy would be asking if they were legal as well.
Question to the mover of the motion.
I didn't quite hear what he said, sir.
Yeah, your motion states the legality of the good practice guidelines, as has already been said in the committee room here today. The Scottish planning policy now refers to the good practice guidelines, so we would be actually asking about the legality of Scottish planning policy as well.
Well, at the end of the day, Chair, you know, it's not for me to sit here and opine or pontificate or whatever, but I would have thought, you know, it's a sensible, you know, attitude to take, because when all's said and done, you know, this is manifestly a grey area. Mr. Rogers has given us the best information and advice that he is capable of giving us today. But the blunt fact of the matter is that until we're quite clear about the legal status of such as this document, etc., we really cannot set off down the road, in my view, in a proper fashion.
Okay, Jim?
Chair, can Steve maybe read out the part I read out earlier, because there is a wider issue here. If we're wanting to disregard that, we'll disregard every other Scottish planning policy guideline in planning terms as well, because we can't cherry pick what we want to disregard, surely. We either give weight to it because that's the processes that this council employs as a matter of course, or else we don't.
Alistair, do you want to come back in?
Yes, I'm grateful to you. Really, I'm grateful to you, Chair, for your leave. You know, disregard, I never said disregard. I did not use the words disregard. It would be wholly inappropriate, in fact, of me or any other member for that matter, you know, to take the attitude, you know, you're going to willfully or disregard, i.e. implies willful disregard. What I'm saying is we find out just exactly what the status is, which allows us, in fact, to take a decision on the basis of the best advice we can get. That's what I've said, not disregarding anything.
Point, okay. Ian?
I don't see any restrictions why we couldn't delegate that to the Director of Plan and Environment Services. Okay, why we have to see it back as a report, and then we could actually, maybe I'm going beyond it, I don't know, but we could quite easily, he'll find out, Ken, it's within his budget in which to find that, it's within his control to find it within his budget that he has, he's got 52 million in which to try and find it somewhere, so, I mean, we could certainly put that to the Director to fulfil that duty, and then it actually informs the report as it comes back. I don't know why we need a report back to a further committee to make a decision.
Graham?
Just a point of clarification. Is there any money already in the socio-economic fund, or whatever they call it, where we've been top slicing the contributions? There's no capital within that?
No money in that, no, yeah. There's one wind farm development.
Well, there will be money coming into it.
Onwards, yeah, but not this year. There's nothing there at the moment.
Well, we can borrow it and pay it back next year or something.
Oh, yeah, we're not even going to go there. Okay. Patsy, do you want to?
Well, I'm just kind of wondering about why we need all this legal advice, because really, surely at the end of the day, what you want to have is the communities, the wind farm companies and the council agreeing on a way forward. I don't see how we can impose our will on the wind farm developers or the communities. So I don't actually see the point in finding whether policy from Scottish Government is legal or not, because I don't think we'll be able to enforce it on the communities anyway. So I don't really see the point of it. Surely the whole point is to find a policy that suits the communities and the wind farm developers and the council to a degree for wider use and all the rest of it. And that is the policy we would want to try and find and take forward, I would have suggested. Maybe I'm being a bit naive.
Ultimately, at the end of the day, if the wind farm companies do not wish to take forward our policy, whatever it happens to be, they can choose not to at the end of the day, and that's where we are. Could I suggest that we proceed on the basis of updating our current policy based on the additional information we've got at the moment? And we have a motion. I was going to say either this is an amendment or a proposed way forward, but at the same time as we do that, we ask officers to seek advice on the costings of taking legal advice around the status of the good practice principles and bring both parts back to a future committee meeting in September, which will be the next meeting of the committee. Members can then decide, frankly, we don't like the updated report, and actually we think we should take legal advice on that, or we do like the updated policy based on what Patsy says, and we wish to adopt that as our policy, subject to whatever. Jim?
I'm quite happy to second that, as long as you're willing to add in Scottish planning policy, because it's not just the good practice guidelines we're actually asking about the legality. It mentions them in the Scottish planning policy, so if we question them, we're questioning Scottish planning policy as well.
Okay. Yeah, okay. And also contained within that, we have the options reported to this committee in terms of going forward, whether we carry out a consultation with communities or an exercise around informing communities of our new policy. But those options will be on the table for members to determine at that meeting. Jim?
Just clarification before we even consider using public money or council funds. You said, and I think it's been reported in this document as well, currently any money that's granted by wind farm companies are voluntary contributions. Now, if that's the case, how can we argue about legal requirements if the contribution, or whatever you want to call it, community benefit, is voluntarily given? We can have a policy, and I think that's right. We can try and encourage people to sign up to it, that's right. But at the same time, if the contribution is purely voluntary, it's like what legal advice says. They either decide to engage with us or no.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you've said. Ronnie?
No, I think if it's coming back to September, that, you know, and the costing basis and all the information, I think we make that decision then. Yeah,
okay, members happy with that? Are you clear, Derek, what we've just decided there?
Very clear, yes.
Thank you very much, Derek.
Thank you, Chairman, yes.
Thanks for that. And that was obviously the easy report ahead of the actual debate on the policy at the next meeting.
That's right, yes.
Okay. Okay, members, thank you for that. We'll move on to item number 13. Okay, this is the Gretna Green and Springfield Public Realm Enhancements Project. We're being asked if we wish to approve the proposals that are set out in the appendices. Can I ask the Director if he wishes to add anything to the report?
Nothing to add to the report, Chair. Thank you.
If you want something through committee easily, you put it right after the Windfarm policy document. However, in the interest of scrutinising proposals very carefully, can I open it up to members for any questions they may have? Ronnie?
Chair, just a quick one. What's the timetable for this?
The timetable is to deliver it in this financial year, Chair. There is an issue regarding the Quinton's Hill celebrations later on, so we will programme the contract to allow for that as well.
Okay, thanks for that, Don. Any other? Dennis?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think just to recognise the hard work of officers and the community of Gretna and the local councillors in getting this to this point now so that it can actually go forward. It's been talked about for a long time. I'm just delighted to see it here on the table and fair wind to it to move forward and be completed.
Craig?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Just to say as well that, as the report states, it has been fully consulted within the communities regarding this project, along with elected members, etc. It went to area committee and it was agreed there to bring back to this committee for approval, so I'm more than happy to go with the recommendations.
Any other members? No. Ronnie?
I just asked you, it's Chinese sandstone they're using.
Is it sandstone? Okay. Okay, any other members? Well, we're happy to approve the project and we look forward to seeing it being completed. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks to Don and Jason. Okay, folks, can we move on to Item 14, which is a European Union funded sustainable energy project, an update on the project, and also the very positive news of the success of that project. I think it was described as the Champions League. As a Queen of the South fan, I've always wanted to see the Champions League trophy in Dumfries. I'm disappointed the trophy's not here, but congratulations. Oh, it's indeed. Oh, yes. It's very good. Oh, do you want to show that to me? Very nice. Excellent. Yeah. Absolutely, very positive, and congratulations to all involved. Can I ask Director if he wishes to add anything to the report that's before members about the projects?
Nothing to add, Chair.
Okay, in the hands of members, do you have any? Jim?
I'm speaking through bitter experience. On 3.7, the end of the first sentence says, subsequent continued reliance on more expensive oil and electricity to provide heating and hot water. Please don't forget off-grid gas. It's dearer than oil. I know from personal experience that it is.
Okay. Okay, Ian?
Just a really good report, and obviously, I suppose just a big thanks to everybody involved in this. Right for Alistair, don't you? I'm not sure who's above you now, Chris, is it Steve, but certainly Chris, you've got Melissa, you've got Anne Johnston, you've got Angela Lamont previously who's involved in this as well, so Ken, thanks everybody, they've been really good, driven this forward. I think we've come third across, which is quite remarkable. Again, really successful across the UK in particular. So no, just, it's all in the report, it's all there. The one thing it doesn't emphasise, I suppose, is on the fuel poverty and how we're actually putting money back into local communities, people's pockets. Maybe touches on it, but certainly, other than that, it's absolute, kind of really good report, and well done to everybody for all the hard work that you put in.
Okay, Ronnie?
Would be terribly negative here, because we've just seen the previous report where we're not meeting our own targets for energy consumption. We also, in a Scottish context, failed the last 3 years to meet the targets for going to zero carbon emissions. And the other thing is that we've got a small community population category, which I thought was slightly bigger than that, but I don't want to lose the trophy. But there just seems to be a contradiction here, that we're all slapping each other on the back and in the press, and yet in the bigger picture we're not achieving very much. So how do we stand out in this region compared to the national and our own definition?
I had a presentation from somebody from Scottish Government which was looking at the national targets. One of the reasons we've not met our national targets is because we've gone up by about 5 gigatons. But I think it does appear that we are on target. We're low at the moment, but they do appear to be heading in the right direction, but the target has shifted a wee bit from when they originally set it up. In terms of our region, we've been somewhere in the forefront, certainly in terms of domestic renewable installations. I don't know the reason. I'm suspecting it's partly because we've got an older population and probably the bank rates are so abysmal that actually it makes a bit of sense for people to invest in renewables, and that has probably helped us almost by default. But we certainly, last time I checked the Ofgem figures, we had something like 2,200 odd households who'd put in domestic scale renewables. That was PV in particular. There's obviously in the report it mentions hydro schemes. A lot of farms are looking at wind, probably there as a replacement for potential lost farm incomes and single farm payments in the future. So I think as a region we're doing not badly. We all need to do much better. The planet needs to do much better. So we are, but I think we are probably holding our own insofar as we're going so far. Biomass, I think, has had quite a high uptake across the region, although I've not got the data on that as yet. But yeah, I think we're moving in the right direction. But you're right, the national targets we're not quite meeting. As a council, we could do better, but I think we will start doing better.
Thanks for that. Just Windfarm just talked about that, and Dumfries and Galloway seems to be getting its fair share, or more than its fair share, depending on which argument you take.
And then people say, oh, it's good, it puts money in your pocket and all that. And if you can afford to buy these things and you get some money back, but you've got to put the capital up front. And the number of phone calls I've had, cold calls from people that want to sell me this stuff, I ask them the question, how much is it going to cost me? No, but you'll get the money back. Anyway, the point I was going to make was everybody pays because of what green energy goes onto the bill. So all the wind farms and all the other stuff, we pay for it, I pay for it, you pay for it, everybody in the region pays for it. So, yeah, great. So we'll get money, some folk get money one way, and other folk are having to pay high bills because of the green levy. So it's not the nice, happy picture that we all think, because fuel poverty is a real issue for us in this area. You know?
No, I totally agree. I remember Ted Brown saying a couple of years ago, how do people on lower incomes deal with that? And he's absolutely right. It is very difficult. But then equally well, you've got people like DGHP have installed a significant number of air source heat pumps, and the data they're getting back has been really positive. Households are saving several £100 a year, and that's fantastic because it's money in the pocket. Sorry? They've got the capital to do that. It is. There's no doubt it is difficult. Green Deal really hasn't been terribly successful, I don't think, so far. One hopes that that'll be tweaked, but it is a reserved power, I think. So the driver for that is DEC south of the border. So the things we're trying to do, we've been talking with Alistair as part of the project. We've been trying to look at how we push for better quality insulation for older properties without losing the character. That just doesn't feature on the list at the moment. So there are big gaps in the process, but at least I think it's moving in the right direction. But whether rent a roof, which was there in the process for getting for people to get there, but the home insulation program we're doing is helping as well. So I think that you're right. There's a big gap there, but we are at least heading in the right direction.
Members? Okay, can we go to the recommendations then? I think all members fully agree with 2.1. Are we happy to approve the draft Regional Sustainable Energy Action Plan that's contained within the appendix? Yeah, okay. And note the progress, 2.3 and 2.4. Happy to agree that recommendation. Yeah, okay. Thanks very much, and thanks to Chris and Melissa, and congratulations again. Okay, can we turn to item number 15, which is Zero Waste Dumfries, Zero Waste Park Energy Requirements. Can I ask the Director if he wishes to add anything to the report?
I've nothing to add, Chair, but Stephen, if you'll allow him, will give a short presentation just on how the report's laid out, just for clarity.
That would be very helpful indeed for members, Stephen. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The report's about kind of joining the dots on renewable opportunities and the Zero Waste Park that we're taking forward at Dumfries at Locher Moss. We're looking for opportunities in terms of income to balance some of the additional costs that have been identified within the report. Part of the Zero Waste Park development is looking at renewables and photovoltaics and is looking at exporting that back off to the grid and the opportunities for that, and tying that into the gas generation contract that we have in Locher Moss, where we're burning off the methane to generate electricity. We've been approached by a couple of effectively investors in photovoltaics, and one has provided an offer that covers Locher Moss and Course Hill at the present time for lease of the land for use as photovoltaic for generation. The opportunity only stacks up for all the parties concerned if the developer can have the works in and commissioned by April 15. So the options that we're kind of looking at are driven a bit by this kind of deadline in terms of the benefits of the tariffs in terms of the generation. In terms of the presenting the opportunity and looking at it, there's been some due diligence in terms of establishing if this is value for money in terms of an offer for the council. Chris has done a bit of analysis and can certainly answer questions on it in a bit more detail. If we were to self-fund the project, we don't see that it gives us a rate of return as a one-off project. Another private organisation, another developer has looked at both the Course Hill and the Locher Moss sites has given us an offer or indicated that the offer would be similar for Course Hill, but has no interest in taking forward Locher Moss. So what we're looking at is a kind of lease cost that will probably generate about £400 an acre on the offer that seems to be developing with Invest. And that's a bit mid-range for, in terms of experience of or knowledge of other offers that are made in terms of lease for photovoltaics. That's a bit mid-range in the price range and the income that can be generated. The other options we've looked at is in terms of grazing, but we reckon that at about £100 an acre would be about the maximum that you would probably generate out of that option. Other options like crop rotation for biomass or siting of wind turbines for generation are not feasible due to the lack of integrity in the structure itself in the Locher Moss site as it continues to decompose and generate gas. There's also been, Chris has been involved in a bit of recent research through contacts in ABSE that's identified a UK consortium of councils that are taking forward similar proposals within a similar timescale. And that is certainly something that if members were minded to consider, ask us to consider as well as the offer that's been put on the table, we could take that forward. But that has come up quite late in the process as we've been consulting on this report and developing it. That they became aware quite late on that there was this consortium working with ABSE. But we're happy to take questions on the report. Hopefully that's clarified some of the issues.
Okay, thanks very much, Stephen. Can I open it up to members? Ian?
Thanks, Chairman. Just when you read this on the face of it, it looks like a good report. When I dig in, there's a few questions I certainly need answered. Just in regards to, I'll just go through them, the points that I picked up when I was going through the recommendations, seeing what we're actually agreeing to. I know my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we're going to invest 85 grand in a grid connection. That'll cost us then 20 grand a year thereafter. Then we'll rent a parcel of land for 19 grand a year. So we get £19,000 back for that investment. So it's -1, I think. After the initial investment, 85,000, we get -1,000 per annum coming back. That's maybe just so clarity on them figures, that's my understanding of it. We're generating 11.3 megawatts, or is this 11.3 megawatts capacity? I don't know is it a percentage of that? Does it get down to the 20% or mark or whatever it is? Or do we actually generate 11.3 megawatts? That capacity is there. And if we do, are we saying that there's 11.3 megawatts being generated potentially and we get -1,000 £? That costs us £1,000 a year to do that. Has it been tested on the open market at a local level through the procurement? Do we task the due diligence when it comes to that? Has it been tested at a local level? Have we just done a negotiation with some organisation or companies from a different country away from Scotland? And the carbon offset, I touched on this earlier, carbon offset, would this apply? Because that's something obviously is quite important as well to the council, getting a carbon offset. I think that's the main points at the moment, if we could pick up on them, please.
I could just maybe respond to the first point that Councillor Carruthers raised. In terms of the grid connection, we're looking at the response to the kind of change under the contract and the costs with the increased business rates, about 400% increase. We're looking at offsetting that in a couple of ways, and one of them is to take into the contract payment of 50% of that increase, and to also give the supplier energy, the contractor that does the generation, the benefit of an early purchase of the grid connection, or buying out their residual cost in the grid connection at 85,000. Those two elements taken into account give us an increased impact on the PFI sinking fund of having to find another £20,000 a year to put back into the sinking fund for the duration of the PFI contract. And that additional £20,000 goes in, then offsets the fact that we've paid the 85,000 plus as time goes forward, we've paid the 50% of the increase in the business rates. So the 20%, the £20,000 is separate from the £19,000, which is the lease income on the Locher Moss site itself from the photovoltaics. So there is an income from leasing the site that would be about £19,000 per annum, and that again we're suggesting is fed into the PFI sinking fund, and that almost balances this increased cost in maintaining the gas burn off from the site and the benefit the subsequent benefit that we get from the electricity generation.
to look at the second part, no, that the answer is we haven't gone to any tender process with local companies. From talking to APSI, there are probably half a dozen companies in the UK that can deploy on this sort of scale. And the background to the, if you like, the time constraint on this, the government are changing from renewable obligation certificates beginning of April to something called contract for difference. At that point, this won't be worth bothering with. Because it just won't wash its face. I did have a look at the numbers. They're reckoning about £1 million a megawatt installation cost, and with the sort of outputs we might get, it certainly doesn't wash its face if we were going to invest in that sort of a project. So I don't think there's any companies in this area. It might be wrong, but it would probably take us at least 3 months because it will be a European standard tender. So we'd be at least 3 months trying to work out whether we've got anybody locally who could pick up on that. And then by that time, I think we'd have missed this opportunity. I think it's what it comes across as is a bit of an opportunity. It might be worth, certainly might be worth looking at the APSI option and going in on that sort of framework they're trying to develop at the moment through APSI Renewables, which would give us a little bit more sort of an open, transparent process. But I think if we do need to be careful if we decide to go ahead with this, that we actually were able to meet the deadline, because we would need to be built and commissioned, or the suppliers would need to have the site built and everything commissioned by the 1st of April. Otherwise, the finances just don't stack up. And there's something like about 36,000 panels would go on to Locker Moss, so it's quite a significant achievement. And there are slight constraints in terms of the actual build, insofar as because we've only got about 600 mil of cover over the top of the liner on the site. It does make it more complicated. If it was a piece of agricultural land, you'd just knock in a steel peg and some sort of guy supports on it, and that will be relatively cheap and easy to do. But this will need either sort of hawsers or concrete footings on each of the panels. So it does make it slightly more complicated and more expensive to build, I think, from everything I've read about these things. Thank you.
Come back in, Ian.
Well, the important bit for me is because up to now, it kind of, to me, we shouldn't be following it up to now. But the important bit that's been missing is the carbon offset. We haven't touched on that. Does that carbon offset the electricity generated? Can we use that as part of our carbon offset or not? I didn't pick up on it within the report. Other than that, it goes back to the points I made earlier. We're paying £1,000 a year for somebody else to benefit financially on our side. Other than that, there's no real gain to us. That's certainly my reading of the report, and it hasn't went out to local tender. DGFirst could certainly, if they'd gone out and DGFirst can do that, we've done that many times, we could break it into local companies could certainly benefit from that. So, I mean, they could certainly tender. I think apprentices could put this stuff together. It's pretty much like a jigsaw, it's really simple. And I've seen some companies using 50-gallon drums. There's a lot of different technologies, rather than driving pegs and pins into the ground or concrete footings in which they could use to construct this stuff. So, for what you've said is that we're allowing a company to come into Dumfries and Galloway, build a 11.3 megawatt on the two sites with electricity generation. It's got to cost us £1,000 a year, unless I get an update in regards to the carbon offset. If that doesn't apply to us, I didn't see any reason whatsoever why we should go ahead with this.
My take on it is that the £20,000 bill per year will happen anyway. That's additional rates bill. So we're going to be faced with that 20,000. If we do nothing, we'll get a £20,000 bill. So the £19,000 offsets to a large extent that bill of £20,000. That £20,000 per year bill will happen anyway for additional business rates. That's my take on it. The only additional cost for the council is the £85,000. So the £20,000 bill is going to happen anyway. The £19,000 income up to an extent offsets that, but the additional cost of £85,000. So that's certainly my take on it, if you're able to clarify that. I suppose the other point is that why is it more financially viable for another organisation to do it rather than ourselves? Why does the figures frankly not stack up for us to do it? I think it's the other point that needs to be answered. So Stephen and Chris want to answer this.
Short answer is I don't know why they think they can make it stack up. Sorry. I think it's the volume. It's the fact they can shift it really. They can put the thing in quickly and they can deliver quickly. But certainly, I was reckoning on it. We'd get about 850 kilowatts per panel or per kilowatt installed,
It does mean, in particular, the carbon offset, doesn't it? It doesn't stack up for me, Chairman. It doesn't stack up. Again, to get £19,000 back, again, you're saying the £20,000 will go in anyways. Fair enough. I would like to see more information. I wish I'd seen it a couple of months earlier, this, so I could have drilled into it and got a clear understanding. I think there is other companies out there that would jump at the chance of this if they'd seen it and got the opportunity, and we could gain better. Even Dumfries and Galloway Council through DGFirst could have looked at this. We'd like to have seen that as it come through, potentially. But anyways, I would like to see more information, and as it stands, it doesn't stack up for me.
Okay, Ronnie, and then Craig.
I'm just interested in the last comment you made there. There are other opportunities that might be better. So it's a way of doing the better one. But the other thing is, I understood what you're saying about, it would cost us £20,000 a year if we do nothing to that. But, so we're actually doing nothing but giving that £20,000 to the site lease. So instead of them paying it, we're paying it.
Chair, could I just add some clarity? I think, with every respect, the comment that Chris made about a better option, there are better options for our investment of council money. The option of this company investing, because they're a bigger company and they have that power of investment, that seems to be the low-risk option for us to support for the site itself. With a view to DGFirst doing it, they would be doing it with council money, and what we're saying from the model that we've calculated, it doesn't stack up for the council to do it, whether DGFirst do it or not. If it's council money we're investing, it's not a good option, because we don't get the rate of return that we get from putting panels on roofs, etc. So we've been offered an opportunity for a piece of land that's going to sit and do nothing for the next 18, 20 years. And we've followed that opportunity, and I think really what members are concerned about is what due diligence have we done to prove it's the best value offer for that lease and it is a lease what we're talking about. So there is the APSI contract, as Chris and Stephen have explained, that we've only found out about in the last week, where there is a consortium of councils in the UK following similar projects in similar timescales to try and get things commissioned before the 1st of April, when the FIT tariff, it goes down again by 25%. Therefore, in all honesty, the thing wouldn't stack up for anybody. So it's an opportunity we've been given. We felt we wanted to bring it to members, and really it's a question on what due diligence have we done? Are you comfortable with that?
Okay, just the other point the leader made about the 20,000, it is quite separate from the 19,000 income. The £20,000 cost is associated with the increase in business rates and buying the grid connection. What buying the grid connection early does for us, though, is it lets us look at an income off the photovoltaics on the zero waste park on the roof of that site, and the report points out that that's there's a net income of about £75,000 a year associated with that. But it lets us get that grid connection, and there are difficulties outlined in the report in actually getting grid connections for export of electricity. Less of an issue for import, because we'll need one for the zero waste park anyway. But they would then let us tie in and use some of the capacity in that export grid connection from the gas to electricity generation, the turbines. The other thing it does is it lets us continue to keep that contract viable, because there's been £1 million income in royalties so far in the gas to electricity from the methane production from the landfill site, and over the next 3 years there's another 167,000. And again, all of these are factored into the PFI sinking fund to keep that viable.
Ian?
The local economy is one of the things in particular, and we're focused on that as a council, where I think we are actually missing the chance. Carbon offsets, income generation for the council, but the local economy is to me is an even bigger thing. I would ask that we could actually defer this to the September meeting, so we get a chance to undertake a further investigation. So that's certainly for myself, so I can clarify more points. As soon as these papers came out, I had somebody on the phone to me saying, "Listen, why did I not get a chance to bid for this contract?" Something at a local level. That's what brought it to my attention. If that's the case, I'm making that quite clear. So there is an impact to the local economy. Somebody who can put their hand in their pocket and actually look at this, whether they want to do it or not, it doesn't matter. It was never put out to the local area. They never got a chance. And I think that's fundamentally important as we go forward and consider this. So I would ask that we put this back to the, I think it's the 8th of September, whenever it is, or the 9th of September, sorry. And if we can seek further information out with this committee and then come back at that. It might be a rubber stamp at that point, but there's certainly points that I haven't had clarified or like clarified, and this committee situation probably isn't the place to ask them kind of questions.
I mean, I was point out it's not a contract, we're simply leasing the land to somebody. They're choosing to do this, paying us for the land, but it's a lease of the land is what we're saying here. Ronnie?
Thanks, Chair. I understand that, Course Hill is a smaller site, so then thus you only get... most of these panels are made in China, I believe, and they're imported here, so, local economy. But it's the grid connection, obviously there's over the fence you've got Chapel Cross and the Scottish Power grid. But my understanding is there's a waiting list to get connected. The Scottish Power is just about to start upgrading that the substation again because of the wind farms that's lining up to come in. So how confident are we that this company has got a guaranteed connection? Because my understanding, and I have close links with the site, is that there's a waiting list for to get connected.
In terms of grid connection for Course Hill, I've got a copy of a letter on the file that has come from the company specifying what's involved in the grid connection and what it's going to cost them to get it. So that they have got an offer from Scottish Power, and they're expecting to get a similar offer by the end of August for Lochamoss for up to about 9 megawatts, I think. So it's available at the moment, whether it will be in the future. But you're absolutely right, grid is getting more and more difficult to find.
Put your microphone on.
the opportunity there.
Okay, I've got Craig and then Jim and then Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Just a bit of clarity, with the 85,000 cost for the extra capacity that we have in there, why are we not transferring that cost on to the company? Because, you know, if we are paying that extra cost to buy the capacity within the grid there, the company who are installing the photovoltaic panels and therefore getting the benefit of the feed-in tariff will be benefiting from that. So why can't we just pass that initial cost on to them?
Well, actually, the 85,000 to buy the grid connection out is the grid connection from the gas generation, the gas to electricity generation. We're buying that for the council, we're buying that for ourselves to then link in the photovoltaics that are proposed on the roof panels of the zero waste park. So it would be a completely separate connection to the grid that Invest would be looking for, or any other developer of the Locher Moss site.
That's clarified that, absolutely. Jim?
I'll just put in a light-hearted question here. Considering one of them is going to be generating what they think is 9 megawatts, which is above 5 megawatts, which is what wind farms are having to pay community benefit. Are these going to be paying community benefit? They are renewables after all, same as wind farms.
If they choose to pay that, they can choose to pay that at the end of the day, just like a wind farm company, I suspect.
Is the council going to try and make them pay it because that's what we're supposed to be doing?
If Stephen wants to answer the question, yeah, you don't have to. But
I would imagine that's a matter for the planning committee and the planning process. It would be up to the developer. We would just be entering into an agreement to lease the land. It's then up to the developer to take forward the design and invest in the design and the statutory processes.
Chair, question.
Question, but you've got a list of people to...
It's on that particular point
choose.
though.
I hope so.
Planning policy doesn't allow us to discuss what community benefits. It certainly might fall with
It was a throwaway comment, Jim. I think we'll just move on. Thank Councillor McClung very much for raising that particular point. Okay, I've got Ian and then Dennis.
Well, just pick up on Jim's point there. I mean, I'll go back to the point I made earlier. If this was a wind farm, you're nearly 12 megawatts. That's 6 turbines, which would get into somewhere in the region of £9 million a year turnover, or in fact, income generation, I should say, over the 25 years. And so if you put it in that context, that's even about 25% efficiency that kind of money would be coming in. So we look at somebody, and if it is 11.3 megawatts, I don't know what the efficiency is in this. Ken, just to say that the council would receive £19,000 so we would lease the ground to an organisation, community benefit is separate, but then there would be, well, again, nearly 12 megawatts, 60 grand a year in community benefit. That is applicable to some of this scale, I would say, on its own capacity, knowing that will maybe generate, but it still is applicable. That is a different process. Jim's already highlighted that. I still think there's so many questions that I would love to ask on this. This isn't the appropriate venue. If we could just put this back for another couple of months to September and revisit at that point.
I think the fear with that is, though, that the feed-in tariffs, but the feed-in tariffs after the 1st of April go down, basically. Am I right in saying that? The actual money you get for the feed-in tariffs will go. So if this isn't in place and all signed, sealed and delivered by the 1st of April, then it no longer becomes financially viable, effectively, for this company.
I mean, the point I would make there, Chairman, is that to me it's fundamental. What we've got to focus on first is the local economy. That comes first. Know the actual company that's given us the opportunity. As it is, we've got to gain £19,000 out of this. There might be 1,000 other opportunities that would gain far more for it, even in regards to job creation or whatever it may be. Could be a load of different opportunities. We're being opportunistic. Nothing wrong with that. Somebody's come along and said, listen, this is what I'll offer. This is what I can give. Nothing wrong with looking at that at all. I just want to be, I'm not taking a belt and brace approach. I just want to be absolutely clear what I'm signing up to. And if what I think I'm signing up to, I'm not happy with it at all. So for the sake of putting it back 2 months, if it kills the job, it kills it. That's it as far as I'm concerned. I need to be satisfied that we're not missing an opportunity to create benefits for the local economy in particular, which then has a more enhanced, it's all benefits for everybody all around, including the council, but the local economy more than anything. We need to look at that seriously.
I'm not sure there is a queue of local companies queuing up to do this, certainly in the time scale available, given the fact that what we're effectively saying is if it's not signed, sealed and delivered by the 1st of April, you lose the higher rate and I would be sceptical whether another organisation coming along could meet that timescale as well, certainly based on the information in the report. So I'd be quite reluctant to take that decision then to be back here in a couple of months' time saying that we'll end up with nothing. There's nobody else interested. Ronnie, do you want to?
Yeah, thanks for letting me back in again, Chair. It's the timescale of this. I mean, these photo panels are quite new technology or recent, 10, 15 years. What sort of life, what longevity? Do we know how long they last? Will they last 30 years,
I think the first ones were put in about 1956 are still working at about 80% efficiency. Yeah. Yeah. 2 years before I was born. But no, I think they have got longevity. And the very early ones were made in the late 50s. Similar sort of technology. No, I think this was actually electronic ones, which part of the space industry. So they have got some that have been around for over 50 years. So I think that the panels themselves are fine. The inverters do break down, but when we've been investing, we've taken account of that with the sinking fund to make sure we can afford to replace them as and when.
We're still running at 80% efficiency, Ronnie. Eh? Do we have any other? Dennis, sorry.
Yeah. Chair, my understanding is that we need to put in the grid connection for our own use. And from that, we're going to make £75,000 a year. Is that correct? So therefore, by then passing the land on to this company, and at least we're going to make another £19,000 a year, that's 94,000. If you take the 20,000 out as a red herring, we're actually going to make £94,000 a year out of this deal by the fact that we need this connection ourselves, and somebody else is going to put some stuff on the land that probably you would say would lie there useless and unused. And so we make that kind of money, which also helps us then pay our tax of 20,000, and we've still got 74,000 left or something after we've done that. So I think it sounds like a reasonably good deal.
We might bring Dennis in at the start of the debate in future. Ronnie?
I'm still not getting my head with Dennis. We're still paying £20,000 out of that. I need the sinking fund. I need the sinking fund to pay to somebody else.
Okay, I mean, we're kind of jumping around, folks. Can we get back to, let's have a look at the recommendations then, and see where we go from here. Okay. The members are ready. Okay, can we go to the recommendations? 2.1, are we happy to note? Sorry, Ian, yep.
Just I would move that to defer, whether I get a second or not, no. But I would move it to defer till September.
Okay, Ian's moving to defer the report. Do we have a seconder? No? Okay, do we want to, do you have anybody wishes to move the recommendations? I will move the recommendations if there's anybody wishes to second the recommendations. Ronnie, yeah.
Just talk us through them so I understand exactly what we're agreeing, due respect.
Okay, number one, to note the increased payment requirement through the sharing of increased business rates associated with the energy, natural power, landfill gas contract at Lockermoss. We're happy to note that recommendation. It's clear in the report. Okay, 2.2, we agree to fund the purchase of the current grid connection and export capacity at a one-off cost of £85,000. Members happy to do that? Yep, okay. Okay, 2.3, we're happy to note the estimated requirement of £20,000 per year. Okay. 2.4, are we happy to delegate to the Director to negotiate agreements and leases with Envest for the installation and management of ground-mounted solar photovoltaic panels at the landfill site? Are we happy to delegate that? Okay, Ronnie, yep.
No problem with agreeing that, but will we get a feedback or report back or how it went, or is that confidential? I don't know.
No, absolutely. I have weekly meetings with the chair. I can come and visit groups and give you an update on that as it proceeds. I'm not going to say that negotiation is going to be successful. I can't say that 100%. We will have to get a deal legally that suits the council absolutely and totally.
Are we happy to agree 2.5? Are we happy to agree 2.6 to apply the income of £19,000 per year to the sinking fund? Okay, are we happy to note 2.7? Okay. And do we wish to add in anything extra about regular feedback from the director to groups? Yeah.
Sorry, Chair, if Mr Speedy's making the offer, I'm quite happy for him just to come to the groups and just tell us how it's going, because...
Okay, that's fine. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, okay, thanks very much, folks. Okay. Sorry? Okay, yeah, we do have another item, you'll be pleased to know. Item number 16. I think we have copies of the report to be distributed. Oh, you must even... I haven't even told you what it is yet, Dennis. Okay, what I'll propose we do is that we hand out copies of the report. The advice from governance is that it is an exempt item. The information contained within the report is such that it is an exempt item. It's not something we even vote on. It is an exempt item, so we have to take that as an exempt item. I'll give members an opportunity to read the details of the report, and then I'll ask again if there's any declarations of interest before we consider the report. Okay.